friends, welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Welcome to a special stream. So we're going to be building a full stack app today, but this stream is brought to you by the Coding Garden Avocados. So as you can see in the title, we're going to be building a full stack travel log. So this is going to be a full stack application where you can store and list places that you have traveled. But this is brought to you by the Avocados. So the Avocados are a group of either YouTube members or Patreon patrons that get to vote on a live stream topic every month. And this is what they've decided. It's mostly from Sean. So Sean, if you're watching, please say hello. But they decided on this topic. And so we have Avocados on YouTube, and we also have Avocados here on Patreon. So let's say hello to everyone before we get started. Hello, Kyle Smith. Welcome to the stream. Hello, Alka. Howdy, Cheddar. Hello, Josh. Yeah, this app should be pretty fun. I'm excited. And hello, Anders. It has been a while. Welcome. Good morning, Victor. Hello, ATD. What's up, Doc? Hello, Bob. And Aman says, late night stream. Yeah, it's kind of late. It's 8:30 my time, but yeah. Hello, Jan. Hello, Daniel. And hello, Clink, who says, have a great stream. Thank you, Clink. Hello, Free Debugs. Hello, Hippoviva. Aman is asking, can we use React for the front end? So I don't have any plans for the front end right now. And if Sean is watching, oh, Sean is here. Hello, Sean. So Sean, what do you think we should do for the front end? So because Sean is one of the Avocados and one of the people that voted on this topic, I'm going to allow them to decide. I had planned just like vanilla JavaScript, but if we want to do like React or Vue, we can do that as well. But ultimately, it's up to the Avocados. Any other Avocados, if you're here, please say hello. And hello, Tan. Welcome. Hello, Cheyenne. Hello, Vias. Welcome. Hello, Ario. Welcome. Hello, Yash. Bob says, I thought it was a sponsored stream for a second. No, I mean, it's sponsored by people, by the Avocados. And hello, Bibin. Welcome. Oh, Sean says React. Okay, we can do that. That'll be fun. We can get some like hooks going and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm about it. And hello, Sean. Welcome. Hello, Mattia. What's up? Yeah, so I guess we're going to use React. That's the plan. And happy Friday to you as well, Leong. Thank you very much. Next.js? That's like a whole different beast. Hello, Marcos. Isaac says React as well. What's up with that image above me? So this is a camera. That's my finger. These are LEDs that we coded a few streams ago. But you can see the command in the chat. If you do !LED followed by 8 bits, so either zeros or ones, it has to be 8 of them, it'll turn on the corresponding LEDs. So that's what that is. And good morning, Akash. Hello, Cyan10. Hello, J Manfield. It's okay that you're not an avocado. Hello. jQuery. I'm doing pretty good. I had a good day. It was a long day. I had a lot of work to do today, but yeah. And happy Friday to you as well, Tyler, who says they're excited for this one. Cool. Yeah, the LED command is working, so that's good. Cool. All right. So do it blindfolded? No. we have to. Well, we're gonna put some thought into this. So yeah, we're gonna set up the server first. It's gonna be a node.js and Express application. We are gonna use Mongoose for the database. It's gonna be a Mongo database, so that's the plan there. But first up, we just need to get everything set up. So we're gonna do that now. I'm gonna disable the drop game so we can focus on the code. But let's set up the server. So I am here in this travelogue folder, and I'm going to make a directory called server, and this is where we're gonna put all the server code. Later on, when we build the front end, we'll have a client folder, but for now, we're on the back end. So let's initialize this as an npm package. And now we can install our dependencies. So for that, we're going to need Express. We're going to need cores because we're going to have a separate front end and back end. We'll use Morgan for logging. We'll just add the helmet middleware, which adds some secure headers. And I think that's all we need for now. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, that's mainly my day. I was just coding all day, mainly in React, a little bit of Node and Express. Yeah, it's 10:30 on the East Coast for sure. Josh is saying I'm seeing YouTube messages on stream before my chat feed. Yeah, the YouTube chat is like so behind. It's weird. It's very slow. And hello, Dana Chu. Welcome. Mongoose is an ORM for talking to Mongo database. So that's the plan. Yeah, we'll do all our dev dependencies next. Cool. So we have our base dependencies. Now let's install our dev dependencies. So ESLint's going to be one of them. So we'll do ESLint, and we'll also do nodemon. Like that. No TypeScript. Unless, so I mean, for the backend, we could. The thing is, I've never really built a full-fledged Express app with TypeScript. I've seen Express apps built with TypeScript, but I've never really done one myself. So if we did that, no daemon, only use TypeScript. So if we did that, it would take a little bit of time for me to figure things out. But Sean is watching. What do you think, Sean? Should we use TypeScript? And hello, Design Course Gary. What's up? We're gonna build an app tonight. TypeScript sounds like such a drag. I was doing a lot of TypeScript today. It's slowly growing on me, but at the same time, it's a pain because like I will debug like one type error for like 30 minutes. It's so sad. Can I pay you not to use TypeScript? Danny Fritz says I love TypeScript. All right, Sean has the say in it. Who says not this one? Okay, cool. So let's go into, well, we're in the server directory. Let's open up VS Code. Not like that. That was the wrong thing. Open up VS Code in this directory. So we've got all our dependencies. We have our backend stuffs, and we've got our dev dependencies here. So let's create a folder called src. This is where all of our source code is going to go. And in there, we'll create our, we're going to do index.js. This is where we'll create our Express app. We'll just do like a basic app right now. And then we'll set up our linter. So we're going to create an Express app. We'll just do app.listen. We'll grab the port. This can come from an environment variable. Or it can come from a default value. Let's do 1337. So there's our port. We're going to listen on the port. And then when we're ready to go, we're just going to log it to the console. So we'll say listening at http://localhost 1337. Cool. So we have a basic, very, very basic Express app that does nothing, but we're going to go ahead and set up the linter while we're here. We'll also go ahead and set up a start script. So start just says node source/index.js. And the main here is source/index. And then we'll also add our dev script. So we already installed nodemon. That's going to automatically restart our server whenever we need it. So we'll have nodemon source index.js. Cool. We can also add a linter script, lint, and we're just going to say ESLint the source directory. Like that. But now we need to set up ESLint. So in the server directory, I'll do npx ESLint --init. It's going to ask me some questions. I am just going to use the Airbnb style guide. We are using require and exports. This isn't front-end code. We're not using TypeScript. And we're running in Node. And we are going to use the Airbnb style guide and put it in a JavaScript file. Here we go. Let's catch up. There's a lot happening. There's a lot of chats. Matthias says they saw some crazy NPM wrapper for Express. What's that about? What I prefer for styling, Sass styled components. I prefer CSS in JS. It's a library called CSS in JS. Alka says I have an issue with error handlers. You have to assign all of the types for the arguments. Oh, like an Express error handler? Yeah, that could be a pain. TypeScript is what my nightmares are made of. Yeah, it could be. Like I said, I don't really have any experience with building a TypeScript Express app. Josh says, I do code way too often. All right. I'll show you in a second, Tyler. We're going to set up Morgan and Helmet after we get ESLint going, but I'll show you what they are. Yeah. Yeah, it's true, Alka. It is true. The one thing that I don't like having a build step for my backend code, though. It just feels weird to me. Like, I want to write the code that's actually running on my backend server. Like, the fact that you have to build it, I don't like it. I don't know. Yeah, we're going to use React. I don't think we're going to use TypeScript, but we are going to use React on the front end. Yeah, thank you. Whoa, what's up, Kevin? Don't break the LED to it. Yeah, it. We have validation. It will only allow your command to happen if you have 8 bits on there. And hello, Cheyenne. Welcome. Oh yeah, we'll add Mongoose later whenever we set all of that up. I just want to get the basic app going real quick. And hello, GamerCat Nico. Welcome. And thanks for the follow, Gato Binario. Welcome. TS Node, yeah. Well, TS Node I guess it will run it without building it, right? But maybe it's a newer thing, but I've read that TS Node shouldn't be used in production. I don't know. Helmet is not for SEO. It's for restricting and adding certain headers to your outgoing responses to prevent certain attacks from happening. Yeah. If I never write an interface again, it will be too soon. And hello, memes. Welcome to the show. And hello, Joe Mama. Welcome. Cool. So we set up ESLint. I think we should be good to go. If we look in here, we've got some linter error. So there needs to be a new line there. And this is yelling at me because I'm using backticks, but I didn't actually use my port variable. So that's a good thing. Cool. All right. So we got ESLint going. We've got our backend. Let's start it up. I'm going to do npm run dev. It's listening on 1337. If I go to it, cannot get slash. That is awesome. So we have installed our dependencies. We have set up our linter. Now let's get our Express app going. So we're going to basically add all of those Yay server. We're going to add all those middlewares that we added in. So we'll require in all the middlewares. So we'll bring in Morgan. So Morgan is a logger. It automatically logs all incoming requests. So you pull it in like that, and then you can say app.use Morgan. You invoke it, and then you say the format that you want. I prefer to do common, and we'll see what that looks like. So now that I've added the Morgan middleware, in my logs here, every time a request comes in, you're going to see that request that happened. So if I go back to the browser and refresh this, if we look at our logs, we now see that a request came in. It'll show the IP address, the date, the method that happened, the protocol, and what was the status code, and the number of milliseconds it took to respond. So now that we've added Morgan, every single request we're going to see what route was hit. It's a good tool for debugging. So we have Morgan. That's great. Then we'll also add Helmet. And I will show you what this does. So I'm not using it. So right now, I've required it in, but I'm not using it. Let's actually look at the headers that came from the backend in our Express app. So if we look at the network tab, and then we just refresh the page, we can see this request. It was a 404 because I don't have any routes set up yet, but we can see the response headers that my backend server is sending. So we have content length. You also see this X powered by, and it says it's Express. And there's a couple of other things. But what Helmet will do is it will add some headers and also remove some headers. So one thing about having this X powered by header is if you have a hacker that's trying to hack into your app and they see this header, they now know that you are using Express and they could potentially try certain attacks that Express might be vulnerable to. So when we add Helmet, it's actually going to automatically remove that header. It'll be a little bit harder to figure out what our backend is using. So I'm going to say app.use Helmet, and we'll just use the defaults like that. And if we look at the request in the browser now, we can see there's a lot more headers. You can see, for one, the X powered by, it's not there anymore. That's gone. It also added XSS protection, frame options, same origin, so that prevents this site from being loaded in an iframe. X download options, no open. X content type, no sniff. So these are just things that they're gonna secure our app a little bit more than if we had not added them. So that's good. You absolutely want logs in production for debugging. So if you get a client request that says, hey, something's going wrong, you can actually look at your server-side logs to see what requests came in. You can also potentially recognize malicious activity if you see a bunch of requests in your log from the same IP address. Right now, because I'm running locally, we just see that the IP address is this. It's actually like a IPv6. But on a deployed server, you're going to see the actual IP of all the incoming requests. So yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So Doc is mentioning another header that's good to hide is specific version numbers. So usually, like if you're using PHP, it'll say like Express powered by PHP X version or whatever. And then an attacker could literally look up that version number and see all the exploits that are available for it. Same thing with Nginx. You could potentially if your app is behind Nginx, you could disable those headers as well. Should Morgan be used in production? Yeah, definitely. I would say so. I use it in production. Oh yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, so Alka added a PR fix to our LEDs here, but I think he's working on a new one that's going to let us do animations of the LEDs, so that'll be cool. Yeah. It logs as if Morgan Freeman was doing it. A logger for the common man. Yeah, I think common is actually the same format, potentially, that Nginx uses. Let's pull up the Morgan documentation real quick, because if you... Well, that's not it. Morgan. They actually allow you to pass in a format string. So if you don't like that, you can do different things. So this is the... this might be the common one. So, oh no, this is different, but method URL status. So instead of passing in tiny or common or combined, you can pass in your own format string and it'll change how it logs the incoming requests. So that's the thing. Yeah. And hello, Dino. Welcome. And thanks for the follow, B2 Ninja. Exclamation mark commands will show you all the commands that you can do. Exclamation mark drop is disabled right now. I'll disable it for 2 minutes. And you can see these drops happening. So if you do exclamation mark drop in the chat, it'll drop. And if it lands here, you might make it on the leaderboard. And hello, Nar. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Derek, who says, I saw Helmet mention that, and I've done some digging, but no luck. What are these Express-specific attacks that they're worried about getting out? It makes me a little hesitant about you. Oh, no, this is any backend server. No. Like, so ultimately, if you wanted to know more about it, you can look up all of the headers that it adds or enables. This isn't specific to Express. This is just any HTTP server. And most of those headers are, like, browsers have restrictions. Like, if a browser sees that header, it's going to do certain things or prevent certain things from happening. If someone's not using a browser, these headers aren't going to help you at all. But you can see all of the headers that are supported here. And this XSS filter one, specific, and you can read about it on here, what it means. But specifically, if the browser sees this header, it's going to do something on our behalf. Yeah, so it's a relatively simple middleware that will set the header, and on most browsers, we'll set it to block. But yeah, this is not specific to Express. This is just a general HTTP server thing. Yeah. Tech stack. No, I mean, and like I said, this goes for anything. Like pretty much any backend server, you probably want to disable the X powered by header because most all backend frameworks have it. And this is a write-up on it. So hackers can exploit known vulnerabilities in Express and Node if they know what you're using it. And other web technologies like PHP. So anything that's setting this header tells the attackers what you're using. Yeah. And hello, client telephone. Welcome. I'm not going to use TypeScript. That's cool, Dino. That's good to hear. Goober. Yeah, no worries, Derek. I'm glad I could clear that up. And Doc is saying, anything server-side has vulnerabilities. What matters is how quickly they're patched. I'd be more suspicious of a project without any past vulnerabilities because that means no one has done any security testing or no one has reported the vulnerabilities. So yeah, that's a thing. Okay, so we've barely written any code, but we have talked a lot about middleware, so that's great. And then the last thing is we're going to add the CORS middleware. So CORS adds the cross-origin resource sharing header. And by default, it sets access control allow origin header. It sets it to star, meaning any origin can request from our backend. One thing we could do is actually set up an origin. So we could say right now our origin is going to be http://localhost. What does Webpack serve on? Where's our React app going to be? 3000? That sounds right? But this will say basically in the browser, only requests coming from this origin can reach our backend. So we're going to set that up. Yeah, so we'll do 3000. And later on, we need to set up environment variables, so we'll get that going. But let's just look at our checklists, see how we're doing. Cool, so we got our Express app. Let's set up our not found and error middlewares. So all of these middlewares they're separate packages that we installed. They're doing cool things for us. But by default, you can see this is the error handler that we get by default in Express. It just says like cannot get slash. That's not very useful. And for this, I'm building like purely a JSON API, so I actually want my error responses to be a JSON response as well. So we're going to set that up. First thing we'll do, let's just get a basic get route going. So I'll say when you request the slash route on my server, we're just going to respond with a simple JSON object. Hello, world. Like that. So now that I have this route, when I request the slash route, we will get that JSON object back. Great. But if I request something that doesn't exist, we get this ugly error. So let's fix that. So this middleware that I'm about to add is the not found middleware. And typically you want this to be the last middleware that is registered. So right now our app is pretty simple. We just have some middlewares and then we have this route. I'm going to register my not found middleware right here. So I'm going to say app.use middleware that takes in the request, the response, and next. And essentially, if a request ever makes it here, then that means we didn't find the route that they were looking for. So we're going to do this. We're going to create a new error. And we're going to say not found. And I'm actually just going to add the path that they were requesting. So let's just do rec.original URL like that. So this error message will actually have the path that they were requesting. And oh, these are not the routes you're looking for. You could do that too. You can get fun with this error message. But basically we create our error and then we'll call next with the error. So in middlewares, next will go on to the next middleware. And if you pass an error in, that's going to go to our error handling middleware. And right before we do that, actually, I'm going to say res.status 404. So this middleware is just in charge of creating the not found error, setting the 404 status code, and then forwarding things on to the actual error handler. So now we need an error handler. Yeah, and Matthias says, can't get hacked if you don't deploy. So let's create our error handling middleware. And the special thing about an error handling middleware is it has 4 parameters instead of 3. So instead of rec res next, we have error rec res and next. Like so. First thing we want to do is set the status code. And here's what I like to do. You can do res.status code. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to check if the status code is still 200, because if the status code is 200, then that means some other route had an error and we made it here. So I'll say if res.status code is equal to 200, then by default, this is just going to be a 500 status code. Otherwise, use the status code that has already been specified. So in the scenario where we do res.status 404, when it makes it here, the status code is 404, so it's just going to create the status code variable with the value 404. And then we'll just say res.status to set the status code, like that. And then we'll respond with some JSON, but it's going to be an error. So it'll have all of our error stuff in it. So I'll say the message is error.message. And then we can specify the stack trace. So the stack trace is really useful for debugging. If things go wrong, it'll tell you like what line of code the error happened on. So here I'm going to say the stack, and we'll just do error.stack. Now, you don't want to do this in production, so in a second we'll fix that. But now that I've added that error handling middleware, and if we request a route that's not found, we should see this. So it hits our error handler, sets the status code to 404, creates this error that includes the path we were trying to request, and then includes the stack trace. So you can see that the error happened on line 20 in index.js, so the error happened right here. So Yeah, this is great. One thing we'll do though is we'll only show the stack if we are in development, because typically, and you can see here that the stack trace lists lines of code. And when you're in production, you wouldn't want to do that, because this is potentially another thing that an attacker could use to try and hack your app, because they can see like your folder structure, they can see what files are running, and we don't want to display this in production. So I'm going to say if the node env is equal to production, then let's show a something that's not the stack. So in this case, I'm going to do a pancake stack, that. Otherwise, show the error stack. Now, when I'm running locally, we're still going to see it, but whenever I deploy, we're going to make sure that node env is production on my deployed server, so that way we don't see stack traces there. Cool. So these are our two middlewares. And the thing about the error handling middleware is you must have 4 parameters. If you do 3 parameters, this is just rec, res, and next with the wrong names. So you have to have 4 of them. And my linter is complaining because next isn't used, so I'm actually just going to ignore that linter error. No unused vars. Actually, we kind of need to do this, like that. I think, oh no, ESLint disabled, no unused vars. Disable next line. There we go. So now it doesn't show that linter error, because we do need 4 arguments here. Cool. Let's go back to our checklist. We have our not found and our error middlewares. That's great. So we have ourselves a basic Express app. I think one thing I'll do really quick, though, is just a refactor. So instead of defining these middlewares directly in my main file, I'm going to put those in a separate file and then bring them in. But before I do that, let's catch up, because there's some chats happening. Your route is in another castle. Yeah. So we're not using Feathers.js today. This was specifically requested to be an Express app, so that's what we're going to do. Yeah, there we go. Hello, Cam. If related API is not out there, then it's easy to create your own data. Yeah, definitely. So we could find a data set online and create our own API if we really wanted to. Absolutely. We smart. Fusun says, depending on your server, it doesn't need a vulnerability deployed app to be hacked. Yeah. Can I make a for while loop that makes the light change nonstop with a comment? So I have it restricted so you can only send an LED command every 30 seconds. So there is that. Yeah, that's why. You could type your full stack app in the imaginary programming language you wrote your 3-pass tiny compiler in. We didn't finish it yet, and we barely got past like the first step of it, but yeah. There's a timeout on the command. Yeah, we talked about that. Emojis make everything better. It's very good. Yeah, this is VS Code. If you do ! VS Code, you can get a link to all my plugins and settings and stuff like that. Powerful Hedge Fund Manager is asking, should I learn to code if I have an idea or just use some type of website designer or app? It really depends. I mean, if you want to learn to... I mean, one thing about knowing how to code is, for the most part, you can be pretty self-sufficient. So you don't have to wait on other people to finish coding the thing for you if you just want to code it. But at the same time, it takes a while to get decent at coding. So, I don't know. It's up to you. No, this is just built into the Mac. On a Mac, if you do Command Control Space, you get an emoji window. On Windows, if you do Windows key, period, you'll get an emoji menu. Is coding irrelevant because of these things? No. So, I mean, there are a lot of like website builders out there, or even like pre-built content management systems, but for truly custom applications, you need a custom developer, if anything, to customize the app that was automatically generated or customize the CMS that you're using. At least right now. We're years away from everything just being automatic. If we send a response, we don't need to use next, even though we have it as a parameter. Yeah, absolutely. So, like in this particular request handler, I don't have next because nothing could really ever go wrong here. And this isn't a middleware. This is just immediately responding. And so this is responding, which means no other middleware or route handler after this should respond. I want this one to be the last one to respond. So typically if you add next here, it's because you're doing some sort of error handling and you want to forward the error on if it happens, or you're creating a middleware that is modifying every request, and you need to use next to go on to the next middleware. Yeah. I feel coding is too low resolution for solving problems. It depends. It really depends. Like learning about atoms to fix a toaster. Not really. So like, right now we're using node.js. So this is a runtime for JavaScript. It's doing a lot of things behind the scenes for us. And on top of that, we're using this library called Express, which is also doing a lot of things for us behind the scenes. Like, we're not coding with zeros and ones. We have a lot of high-level abstractions that make coding fairly easy. Like, the majority of coding is really just gluing other things together. I'll say that. And thanks for the follow, Fasoon. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. That's funny. What emoji is that? Is that an emoji? Oh no, is that like an emote? That's funny. I had pretty much finished the parser. Might be nice to finish. Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna complete it on Wednesday. That's my plan, because Wednesday was a bit of a wreck. This past Wednesday. Why is the drop game glitching? I have no idea. Yeah, and this is another thing. Like, if you don't know how to code, you're dependent on someone else building the thing that you want. And you have to trust them in what they're doing and what they're telling you, because you don't necessarily know how to do it yourself. And hello, Buxbox, who says, hello, legendary developer. Oh, thank you. And I agree with Mattia. Like, coding is fun. Like, I enjoy coding. That's why I like stream myself coding. Like, this is a fun pastime for me to like build things. Why do I have two separate middlewares for errors? So this ultimately is the not found middleware. Not found middleware. Other routes might have an error. Like if we have a database lookup error, or we have a route where we need to return a different status code. I don't want every response to have a 404 status code, so that's why this one is specifically for not found. And then this is a general error handler, so in my other routes, if they set other error status codes, they'll just forward the error on and this will take care of it. So that's why I have two separate middlewares. This is specifically not found, and this is like the general error handler for any other type of error that happens. Yeah, and so like a token check middleware. So if the token is invalid, you could call next with an error that says invalid token, and before that you could set the status code to be 401 unauthorized, and that's going to go here, which will then return the error response, which is different from a 404. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. And hello, Subin. Welcome. I'm learning Express to become a billionaire ASAP. Cool. I don't know if you'll get there, but good luck. Deno seems interesting. I've never tried it. I've only looked it up, but yeah. Do hardcore coders code in zeros and ones? Probably not. Maybe in like assembly language. I didn't plan on a stream schedule, and I don't plan on streaming this weekend, because I'm gonna be working on other things. I'm really busy right now. But maybe. I'm definitely gonna stream on Wednesday. I'll just tell you that. And thanks for the follow, Buxbox. And hello, Aciders. Welcome. OCD and coding is a bad mixture. You always want to make your code perfect, more perfect than ever. Yeah, I have code OCD. I don't have OCD in life, but like if I start solving a problem, I can't stop until it's solved. Or if I like see code that I think needs refactoring, I can't stop until I refactor it. It's kind of a problem, but yeah. Yeah. Cool. And hello, BZ. Welcome. And thanks for the follow, powerful hedge fund manager. And thanks for the follow, Laliluli OMG. Assembly is just an abstraction. It is. It's an abstraction over potentially like zeros and ones are an abstraction over high voltage and low voltage. But yeah. And hello, Engine. Welcome. Am I going to stream at this time? Typically, like, this is a weird stream for me to be streaming on a Friday night, but yeah, Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to use React on the front end. Yeah. What if I have the opposite of OCD? I don't know. And thanks for the follow, Cam. Oh, thanks, Isaac. But we made it. We made it to the top of the comments. Okay, so what I want to do now is extract these two functions into a separate middlewares file. So in my source directory, I'm going to create a file called middlewares. And we're going to take those two functions and put them in here. So we're going to take this one and put it in here. So I'm going to say const not found equals that thing. And then I'm going to take my other middleware, this one, and I'm going to put it in this file as well. So const error handler, and that equals that. So now that I have these two functions in this file, I need to export them so that I can bring them back into the other file. So I'm going to say module.exports is an object with not found and with error handler. Like that. So now that I've done that, I can require it in and use them here. But let me move this linter thing there. Cool. So now in this file, we're going to import in my, or require in my middleware. So I'll say middlewares equals require that middlewares file. And so this is now the object that was exported here. So now in this file, I have that object. And so right here, I'll say middlewares.notfound. And right here, I'll say middlewares.errorhandler, just like that. And that cleans up this file just a little bit. Typically, I like to keep my main file pretty much just dedicated to middlewares and like the error handler. And then all of my other routes will be defined in other files as well. So that's good to go. All right, now we're up to actually like modeling the database. So we have our basic Express app. Now we have to talk about the actual data that we're going to store. So the plan is to store, it's a travel log. So we're going to log all of the places that we've been. So let's think about all of the things that we're going to need. And really the main entity here is the log entry. So a log entry will probably have maybe a title. So the title could be something like my weekend vacation or something like that. We're probably also going to need like date visited. We could do start of visit and end of visit. I might like that. So like start date and end date. So the day that we went to this place. Yeah, and then they are going to be locations. So we do need latitude and longitude. So latitude, longitude. We could potentially put like an actual street address or something like that. But yeah. Yeah, thank you, Josh. You should get a link to my keyboard pretty soon. Buxbox says coding is not fun. It's stressful and it makes me cry every time I'm not able to solve a problem. Yeah, I think part of being a coder is just coming to the realization that it is stressful and it is what's the word? Tricky, and it takes time. So like if you're going up against it thinking it's not going to take time, you're setting yourself up for failure. It's like embrace the fact that it is stressful. I don't know, but hopefully it gets better. How do you plan something if you want to build it from the beginning? I'm guessing you draw a map or plan before starting code. Yeah, at this point, I built a lot of apps, so this is pretty much my plan right now, is kind of these checkboxes. There's a lot of stuff in between the lines, and what we're doing right now is we're sort of designing our database. This is going to be a very simple database because we're only storing simple entries of places that we've been. So there's not really any relational data. It's going to be fairly simple. But typically, if I have a very complex database, I usually start with the data model. So thinking about what's all the possible data that I'm going to store and how is it related, and really figure out how we're going to create that database. And then that leads into potentially how we build the backend API. Even before that, you might design the front end, because the front end itself might help you realize what data you need to store. But yeah, there's a lot of ways to approach it. Yeah, so we have latitude and longitude. Web Dev Junkie has a random question. If globals are bad, why do we embrace Flux and Redux? Why did storing a ton of data in globals become normalized? Globals are bad, or global variables are bad because you potentially don't know where they were created and where they are modified. The reason that we embrace Redux is because to modify something in your global state, you have to use a reducer. And when that reducer gets called, it's actually logged. So every single change to that global variable is logged, so that way we know when it happened and where it happened. So it's not that global variables are bad, it's that without some structure to your global variables, they can just be modified anywhere, which creates like really messy code. But with things like Flux or Redux, those things are only modified in one place, and you have to bring in the functions to modify them in the places that you want to modify them. Yeah. And thanks for the follow, 50 MBR. Welcome. Altitude, in case aliens want to use the app. Yeah, so this is going to be like a travel journal. Basically, you'll just put the places that you've been, and then we're going to show them on a map. Yeah. What templating engine would I recommend for Express and Node? I typically don't use a templating engine. Typically with Express and Node, I just build a JSON API. But if I had to choose, I'd probably not make a very good decision because I don't do it that often. But I'm comfortable with handlebars. The thing is, handlebars doesn't have a lot of things built in, so you have to actually install plugins. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know. Eustress. What's this about, Danny? I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now. Miles driven to destination, like starting mileage on the odometer and ending mileage on the odometer. Yeah, I'm not thinking of, this isn't something that you would just keep running in the background. This is more of like, after you go to a place, you put an entry here, and then you can see a map with all dots of all the places that you've been. It's not necessarily doing it real time. Potentially, we might modify a log entry, yeah. Let's also just add a description, and we'll add an image. We potentially could add multiple images, but I don't want to get too complex right now. That's the thing, Eddie. So Eddie is saying, if you think coding for just yourself is stressful, wait until you have to work on implementing on a poorly written legacy code. Yeah. I'm just getting more and more jaded the more like legacy code, or just the thing is, like, even code that was written like a year or two ago by someone who didn't necessarily know what they were doing is really stressful to work on, and it's not fun. So yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, exactly. So this Express app is just JSON. That's the plan. Yeah. Travel journal. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about that powerful hedge fund manager. I really don't know. Yeah. Can I fix the spelling for latitude? Yeah. My T key is very overambitious. We get a lot of extra T's in my code. A comment section? I think that's not for this one. Latitude is French. Yeah, I think we're gonna have just one document store for now, and in the future we could expand on this. Like, we could add comments, different things like that. Yeah. Yeah. Coding causes me eustress. The good kind of stress. Oh, okay. I've never heard this word, eustress. I'm gonna look it up. A healthful, stimulating kind and level of stress. Cool. We haven't decided on the mapping SDK just yet. We might use Mapbox. I don't have any sort of authentication planned right now, but what we can do is set up like a global password where if you want to add a new entry, you must use this password. That way, when we deploy it, not just anyone can add a log entry. You must know what the password is. So yeah. Oh, a personal comment. Yeah, well, let's just do description and then comments. But that's just going to be like a single field that you yourself can enter in. Why do coding languages change so often? Which coding language changes the least? Probably assembly. Yeah, but they change often because things are getting better. I don't know if better is the right term, but we're learning from the things that we do, and we're we're making things better based on previous experience. So like I mean, JavaScript is getting new features added to it all the time, just like Python. And Python changed from version 2 to version 3 because they just thought of a new and better way of doing something. So yeah, I learned a new word too. Rating. Oh yeah, we can rate it with avocados. Let's do that. Rating, and this could be like a scale of 1 to 5, or like 1 to 10. This is just going to be text. This is just going to be text. The title is just going to be text. The image will just do text, but this is a URL. Start date is a date time. End date. Latitude will be a number. And longitude will be a number. In this case, probably a float. I think MongoDB is floats, right? A decimal point number. But hello, Jimmy. Welcome. BZ is asking, can I recommend other good JavaScript coding channels? Yes, I can. I'll show you my subscriptions. Actually, if you go to my YouTube channel and then click on channels, you can see all the people that I'm subscribed to. Let's see. NoOpCat, she doesn't upload that often. She does stream on Twitch, so you should definitely check out NoOpCat on Twitch. And she does hardware programming with JavaScript, like Arduino programming, so that's cool. Let's see. Florin Pop, he only started a channel like a couple months ago, but he does a lot of JavaScript and CSS and stuff like that. Brooks Builds, he hasn't done that much JavaScript lately, but he had been doing streams on Rust. Wes Boss, programming with Mosh. Low level JavaScript is really cool. He builds things in JavaScript that people don't normally build with JavaScript. So like a compiler or just different things like that, which is really cool. Fireship is cool. Programming with Eric is cool. Level Up Tuts. Ben Awad. Definitely Ben Awad. Yeah. Those are my suggestions. I made a new Express app. Curl compressed. Is it a Rickroll? I guess I'll go to it. We're gonna curl it. Twitch for DOS. Copyright Twitch software. Twitch for MS-DOS. Copyright 1984. Loading Coding Garden. Oh, is this the actual Twitch stream? Oh my god. This is running in the terminal. This is insane, Doc. This is insane. Is this the actual live chat? Yeah, this is the live chat too. Yeah, I have a new email. Rick Astley, never gonna give you up. Opening the message now. Wow. Wow. Okay. This is awesome. So, I'm guessing, like, these are just terminal colors. But yeah, this is amazing. I mean, does this count as a Rickroll? This is just amazing. This is awesome. This is so cool. Yeah, we'll leave it playing. That's awesome. Great work, Doc. Great work. Ricky has a side question. In a Vuex action, how do I share a helper function that I can use in several actions? I have a switch statement that I need to use in multiple actions. Ultimately, if it's not... I mean, ultimately, you could just create a function. And anything that you need to use in all of the actions, you just pass them in as arguments. But it doesn't have to be anything Vuex or anything Vuex specific. It could literally just be a function that you reuse multiple times. Yeah. Created at and updated at. Yeah, I like that. Will we one day produce a perfect programming language? I think when we're able to just think something and then the app appears, that's the perfect programming language. Does Helmet protect from coronavirus? No. No, it doesn't. I don't have any plans for machine learning and AI, but I probably should. Yeah. And when Rust? I don't know. I don't know. Can I use Google API as a storage to store images? Yeah, they definitely have a like a bucket storage thing that I probably could use, but we're just gonna put image URLs in. Can I demonstrate using the datetime object as the ID in the database? How to convert from a string to a datetime? I wouldn't use datetime as the ID. I mean, for a simple application, I guess you could, but for any application where multiple people are using it, you run the risk of two things getting inserted in at the exact same time and they have the same ID. So I really would never use a datetime as the ID. But I can show strings to datetimes. If you have the string in the right format, Mongo will take care of that for you. Or Mongoose will take care of that for you. Yeah. Hey, Alex. No plans for WASM, but maybe eventually? Yeah, this is great. It's amazing. Genius. Yeah, no one will ever beat this Rickroll. All colored Unicode boxes. Yeah, that's insane. So good. So good. Very good for limited bandwidth scenarios. Yeah, I bet, right? Because you could actually stream like an actual thing here. Here, like if we make this super small, will it look decent? Oh, that's the wrong thing. Oh, is it a fixed width? I've really messed it up now. I can't end it. Cool. But I'm curious if I do it like in a small window like this. Does it take into account... I guess it can't really take into account the window size, can it? Yeah. Have I used Docker? I've tried to before. Yeah, I don't remember which video though. Yeah, and Mongo does have an auto-generated object ID. Yeah. I think it was the entire music video. Extract the date from a MongoDB ID? I've never done that before. Is that a thing? I didn't think object IDs were based on date time. Yeah. Oh, and there is a mod icon too. That's so good. Is it using emojis? Okay, we're done with that. We need to get back to coding. MongoDB has a timestamp, a 4-byte timestamp value representing the object ID's creation, measured in seconds since the unit's epoch, a 5-byte random value, a 3-byte increment counter initialized to a random value. Okay, so I didn't know that. The object ID actually does have the date time in it. Cool. That's news to me. Interesting. Okay. I don't think we need anything else. I think this is it, right? At the end of the day, so we're going to have a form where you can enter in a new entry. And then we'll have a map that will show all of the entries based on the latitude and longitude. I think this is good. We're going to go with that. Let's look at our checklist. So now let's install Mongoose and set up our Mongoose models. So we're going to install Mongoose. So Mongoose is an ORM for MongoDB, Mongoose.js. It'll it allows us to create a model. So we're going to create a model that represents that data that we just wrote out, and we'll use that to insert data into the database and get data out of the database. So let's read the docs. Let's go to defining your schema. So we want to do something like this. And in my directory here, I'm going to create a new folder and call it models. Right now, we're only going to have one model, log entry. But in the future, we could have more, like comments and different things like that. Cool. So we require in Mongoose. We pull out schema from it. And then we can define our schema. So I'm going to call this the log entry schema. And then let's grab our notes just so we know what to create. And hello, Hygor. Welcome to the stream. Can I create a schema without Mongoose using just the Mongo Node API? So the Mongo Node API, like MongoDB itself, doesn't have schemas built into it. It just has like a way of inserting JSON objects. You could use another library like Joy to create a schema before inserting, but if you're using the raw MongoDB driver, there are no schemas. It's just JSON objects. Yeah, schema lists. Okay, so we need a title, we need a description, which is a typed string. And actually, I think we can do something like this. We can say type is string, and we can use this schema for validation. So I can say, I believe, like required true. I'll double check in the docs, but what this will allow us to do is we can use this schema for validating whenever we're creating a new entry in our database. So we'll validate it before we insert it. And we want that to be required. Let's just look up required. Yeah, so type and then required true. So we'll do that. And actually, I'm just going to store this in a variable so we can reuse it. Let's call this like required string. Required string equals that thing. And then we'll have description. Description will just be a string. It's not required. Comments will also be, I guess we could have an array of comments. No, I want comments to just be a string. So comments is just general comments about the thing. Rating is going to be a number. I believe, can we have like a min and a max? Validation. Let's look at validation. Built-in validators. Yeah, so we can do type number with like a min and a max. So for the rating, I'm going to have type number. Minimum is going to be 0, and then maximum is going to be 10. And I think this is like the error string that will show up. Too few eggs. Let's see. Yeah, so we can actually put a custom error string on there. So we could say 10. No. Let's not put a custom error string. I don't like that. We'll just have a min and a max. And then we can just say default is 0. So if you don't add a rating, it'll just default to 0. Cool. We're going to have our image, which is also a string. So now I thought I was going to need to reuse required string, but I guess we're not. So I'm going to just put this back to where it was. But this is a useful thing to do if in your schema you have multiple required strings. Instead of typing this over and over again, you could have just put required string. But in this case, this is our only required string. So I'm going to just put it directly in line like this. We then need latitude and longitude. We also need start date and end date. Actually, I don't want to do that anymore. We're not going to do start date and end date. We're only going to do these other things. Latitude is of number. This is required as well. And then longitude. Longitude. And in this scenario, I could technically put this into a variable like required number. Hello, Dominic. Welcome. Was that? And then we can reuse that right here. Just say required number. We want created at and updated at. And so that is going to be a date that defaults to now. So automatically, if we don't specify the created at, it's going to be the whenever we actually create it. And we'll say updated at defaults to now, but it on the initial insertion, but then we can change it later. And let's put this in a variable. Call it default date. This is live, Nash. Welcome to the show. Like so. I'm gonna set this to required as well. Yeah, red is coming from YouTube. Default required date. I watched some anime. I've watched can I even think of it? Full Metal Alchemist, the new one. What else? Hero Mask on Netflix is really cool. What else? There are probably others. I just can't think of it. Default required date. Clink is saying created at is automatic, but you have to set it with timestamps, I believe. Oh, that's true. Actually, I can pass in some options, something like this, and then timestamps true. But let's look that up. Option timestamps. If set timestamps, Mongoose assigns created at and update at fields to your schema. The type assigned is the date. By default, the name of the two fields are created at and updated at. Customize the field by name by setting timestamps dot created at and timestamps dot updated at. Okay, so I did it with an underscore. How about I just remove them? And now that I've specified timestamps, we're automatically going to get a created at and updated at property on this log entry. So timestamps here. Yeah. Will all these dates be converted to UTC timestone in the database? We should probably do that. Yeah. I mean, the this is just created at and updated at. And I believe it'll be UTC by default. But this isn't like when we visited it. Though actually, we probably do want to have a date of when we visited, right? Let's just add a visit date to it. Required, true. Yeah. Yeah, there's quite a few people on YouTube. Type, date, not data transfer, date. And just like that. So we'll have to specify when we visited this place. And yeah, we would want to store this as UTC. So we'll handle that when we get there. Derek says NoSQL is hard to sell for scalability. It depends. Like typically though, there are some NoSQL databases that are like highly scalable. Because of the scale because they are scalable, there's less data normalizations. You actually have a lot of data duplication because you want to be able to scale access to the database. But yeah, I don't know. Naruto, I actually haven't seen Naruto. Yeah. Dr. Stone, I'll check it out. Okay, I think that's it for our schema. And we'll export this from this file. We'll say module.exports equals that. And hello, Bob's Paradox. who says, I watched all of Naruto with filler episodes, not Shippuden though. Okay. My greatest accomplishment to date. Awesome. So we have the schema. Let's look at the quick start here for how we get things going though. So we will need to connect to the database. And then, yeah, we do have to say mongoose.model equals that thing. So we're going to do const log entry equals mongoose.model with log entry. And we're going to use the log entry schema. And that's going to be the thing that we export to use elsewhere. Because the model is what gives us methods like find, create, update, different things like that. Naruto is GOAT. Longitude should be minimum 180, max 180, and latitude should be minimum -90, max 90. Is that accurate? We should look that up, but you make a good point. We should validate that. We'll do that, but we'll say min. What did you say? Latitude is -90, and max is 90. Oh yeah, I watched Death Note too, and the live action version of Death Note. I don't use Mongo at my job. We mainly use MySQL. Yeah, mainly we use MySQL. I've seen a ton of use cases, but because of the lack of structure, I haven't been able to take the plunge in a real-world app yet. Yeah, there was one particular scenario for a client application we were building where Mongo actually really would have been a good choice because there was no set schema, and we were like importing data from this other thing that did the schema in a weird way, so it would have been a good choice, but we ultimately didn't get to use that. But yeah. Oh, Danny has a anime list. Let's check it out. And also, can someone else verify that these are the min and maxes for latitude and longitude, and provide like a source so we can verify that? I could Google it, but oh, Castlevania. I saw it being advertised. I haven't watched it, but I saw it being advertised. I don't think I've heard of any of these except for Cowboy Bebop and Dragon Ball. I've heard of Evangelion because one of the Vue.js releases was named after it. And actually, every major Vue.js release, or minor, is named after an anime. Full Metal Panic. This is a lot. Wow. Psycho-Pass. Yeah, I watched Psycho-Pass. Psycho-Pass is awesome. I really like Psycho-Pass. There's also One Piece. A cerebral roller coaster. Yeah, I haven't seen it. Okay. No one's helping me, so I need to validate this. Validate longitude value. So latitude must be between -90 and 90. Longitude must be between -180 and 180. Inclusive. So it cannot be 180. It has to be less than 180. I'm curious if the Mongoose validation is inclusive or exclusive. Weebs. Hello, my coding journey. Welcome. Okay, that's great, but I need to see if the validations are inclusive or exclusive. Min and mat number validators. Min. Greater than or equal to the given minimum. Okay. So it has or equal to. So we actually want to do... 89.9999999. How many decimals do we need? Euler angles. And hello, Marcus. Welcome. What if you live on the international date line? Okay, we're gonna leave it like that. I'm not gonna get too weird with it, but that should be good enough. Okay, back to the quick start. So we definitely need to set up the connection. We'll do that. We add our models. We can create an instance. Cool. Yeah. I think we're good to go. I'm just gonna set up the database connection in our index.js. So we'll probably do that right about here. We'll bring Mongoose in up at the top. And then we'll connect to the database. So the way the Mongoose library works is you can create your connection here, and then elsewhere, because we register the model, it will be connected to the database. So that should be good to go. And here, this is probably where we want to start using environment variables. So right here, I want to use process.env. Let's call it database URL, like that. And we can do the connect after defining our express. We'll do that. And we need to install .env. So right now, we do not have .env, so let's install that. So this is a package that will let us load environment variables from a file. So we're going to install .env. And thanks for the follow, Nanin39. Welcome. Negative 90 and 90? The polls? I have two different validations for, so latitude is negative 90 and 90, and longitude is negative 80, 180 and 80. 8 decimals is a resolution of 1 millimeter. That's good to know. Thank you, the real Python. It is going to come from, it's going to be a GPS location. Yeah. MongoDB is just really easy to use when you haven't planned that far ahead. Because when things change, it's really easy to like modify things. Whereas with the SQL database, you have a set schema, so you kind of have to put a lot of thought into it beforehand to actually design your schema. Now there are things like database migrations where you can change the schema later on, but it complicates things when you try to change a SQL schema. Oh, that's cool. Latitude is negative 90 to 92. Longitude is a 360-degree thing around the whole Earth. So negative 180 to 80. Is that 360? I don't know what I'm doing here. When I start a project, are there any resources to help break the process down to decide what is needed for a project? I don't know. I mean, I only know from experience. I don't really know of any resources that help with that. I do still care. Let's look it up. As it is good enough. I'm gonna go with what Josh said. Okay, so it's good enough. All right, so we have our Express app. We did this. We just installed .env. So now let's set it up. So in my folder here, I'm gonna create a file called .env, and we can create our environment variables. So I'm gonna set up node.env right here is set to development. Our port we can set to 1337. Our database URL. Here we're going to set this to Mongo localhost / travel log, like that. And I think that's all the environment variables that we need. Database URL, port. Oh, and we can do CORS origin as well. So here we're going to set the CORS origin to be that. Cool. I think that looks good. And now we actually need to bring in those environment variables. So right here, all we do is just require in.env and say config. And by calling this, that will automatically read in this file, if it exists, set those environment variables, and then here, it'll actually use those values. Cool. .env. Let me catch up. Mongo's has GeoJSON. Do we want to do that? Okay. What I'm asking, always people say, NoSQL databases, you don't have to put that much thought, but I don't have my code cluttered with if not equal null statements. But don't I have... potentially. If you're using a library like Mongoose, you can prevent null from getting into your database. That's basically what Mongoose provides, is like validations and a schema on top of Mongo, which doesn't have it by default. So if you know that the only thing that's interacting with your database is using this, you can be pretty sure that certain things won't happen. Yeah. Dotting the missing feature of Node. Yeah. Oh, .m, the missing feature of Node, I see. Voila. Okay. But in reality, GPS coordinates and mapping services get weird around the poles anyway. If you zoom in on the North Pole, you'll see weird glitches on Google Maps. And there's also the null island issue. Mapping services will break your validation. Okay. I've never really worked with GeoJSON before. I kind of want to just get our express routes going, but let's look up Mongoose GeoJSON. Using GeoJSON. GeoJSON is a format for storing geographic points and polygons. And they have excellent support for geospatial queries. Interesting. So we could do type point and give it the coordinates, which are latitude and longitude. Note that longitude comes first in a GeoJSON coordinate array. Okay. Yeah, then you could define polygons. And a geospatial query could be interesting, because we could say, oh, give me all of the locations in my database within a given lat long. Yeah, so what I was planning on doing is just getting all of the location entries from the database and putting them on the map. It's going to be the easiest, but a geospatial query could be, when we're zoomed in on the map, we only query the database for anything that could be within that zoomed in area. So you can say where location is within a given thing. Cool. I am not going to do this. It looks awesome, but it's not the point of this stream. We're really focusing on building a backend and a front end, not necessarily the GeoJSON aspects of it. It looks cool, and maybe we can refactor it to do this later on. And thanks for the follow, Freud.dev. Welcome to the show. Okay, so we have our database set up. Let's actually create some routes. Yeah. Uncle Bob says that object storage is the replacement of relational databases because relational databases were invented because of disk storage. You think there's something to that? I don't know if I understand what's being said. I've lost my wits. I don't get it. There's probably some validity to it. And hello, Geek Panther. Welcome. All right, let's look back at our checklist. We set up the models. All right, now we need to create an endpoint for creating new log entries. So we have our basic Express app. We have our Mongo models. Let's create some routes. So I'm going to create a folder. call it API. And inside of here, I'm going to create a route file called logs.js. And this is just going to be a router that has multiple routes for interacting with our log entry document store. This is how I did it. Start location, GeoJSON type string, default point, enum point. Yes. I do not speak this language. Sorry. I found that using GeoJSON makes things easier because some geospatial libraries like Leaflet and Turf can use GeoJSON out of the box. Interesting. Should I do it? I kind of want to get the routes going first. Maybe we'll get the routes going and then we'll come back to it. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. In this particular file, we're just going to create a router. So I'm going to say we're going to require in router from Express. How does this work? Let's bring in Express first. And then we're going to create our router. This is express.capital router. Okay, we're going to destructure this. So we're going to pull off router from Express, and then we're going to create a new router like that. And then we'll export the router. Like that. And then for now, let's just do a get route just to make sure that it's working. So I'll say router.get. When you request the slash route, we're just going to respond with a message with a globe. This one, like that. Like that. So this is a simple router. It only handles one route. But we're now going to add this router to our actual Express app. So in my index.js, we're going to require that router file in. So right here, I'm going to say log equals require API/logs. And then this you could think of as just like a middleware stack. So we're going to use this middleware right here. So we definitely want to use it before the not found handler because we want it to be registered, and we want to use it after all of our middlewares. So we're going to use it right here. So we'll say app.use. We want to use it for /logs, and we'll add that. And I guess we actually could do /API/logs. So when a request comes into our server on /API/logs, it'll go into the logs router and see if any of the routes match. So we should be good to go there. Let's try it. So if I go to localhost 1337/API/logs, we get a response. Cool. So now I want to be able to make a post request against this to create a new log entry. So let's do it. Though I'm pretty sure we can add more options here. I think so there's an option for a Mongo schema to run validators. Validation. Built-in validators. Yeah. Update validators are off by default. You need to specify the run validators. Oh, okay. So this actually happens when you do the query. We'll pass in run validators. Okay, we'll do that. The language that I don't speak is Russian. The alphabet is Cyrillic. I actually have Russian friends. Yeah, I know there are other languages that use Cyrillic though, but I didn't know if this was Russian or not. But cool. Were skinny arrows over a thing as opposed to fat arrows? If so, what happened to them? Not that I know of in JavaScript. There are other languages that use the skinny arrow, I think. But okay, I'm gonna hide my screen for a second. We're gonna get Postman going. Give me just a moment. Excuse me. Cool. Ariel is asking, what are the differences with Postwoman? So Postwoman is based in the browser, and I believe I can't actually make requests to localhost. But yeah, let's check out Postwoman, because I think these things are, it's going through a proxy, or you can enable, or yeah. So right now the proxy is disabled, but it used to be that you could not request localhost. Oh, not that. Let's try it though. Then the path is /API/logs. Go. Yeah, network error. So I think these requests are like, oh, well, that's the other thing. My backend has a CORS origin of localhost 3000, and I would need to set the CORS origin to Postwoman to be able to use Postwoman. So the main thing with Postwoman is it's based in the browser. I don't know if they have an app that you can download. But yeah. Oh, my break timer is not on. Thanks for the reminder. I probably should take a break. Yeah. I think there was a syntax problem with skinny arrow. Can't remember why they went with fat arrow. Okay. And Laboratory 424 with the raid. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to the show. How's it going? Nice. What's up, Waves? What's up, Gary B? Hello, Hazards. Hello, Samif. Welcome to the show. Oh, Alka, you're here. Welcome, Alka. Hello, the Code Monk. Hello, Aquafunk. Tactical Cadaver. Welcome to the show. So you have arrived at the Coding Garden. Here we typically do JavaScript programming. Well, that's rather rude. And today we are building a what are we building? We're building a travel log application. So we've gotten the backend set up. We now have an Express API. It's all set up with our middlewares. We've got error handlers. We just set up our database. So we created a schema for how we're going to store log entries. So basically, this is going to be an app where you can store places that you've been, like title, description, comments, give it a rating. It'll have a latitude and longitude. And we're building the API for storing that data. And then once we're done with that, we're going to build a React app to show all of the data on a map and allow you to add new log entries to it. But yeah, welcome to the show. You see these drops happening. If you type !drop in the chat, it'll drop a nice little thing. If you do drop me, it'll drop your avatar like that. And if it lands here, you might make it on the leaderboard. We also have this LED command. If you do !LED followed by 8 bits, either zeros or ones, it'll light up the corresponding LEDs. So that's pretty fun too. What were you working on today, Laboratory 424? Look at all the drops. This is great. Gary Beeb says, I love JavaScript and I hate it at the same time. I love it. I've learned to love it. I've been using it for the past 5 years. I really like it. And thanks for the follow, Snake. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know about that motivation. Yeah, so what we're about to do is start working on our route to create a new log entry. But you're working on angry pixel targets for the follow bot. Nice. Oh, and thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Cool. So we just fired up Postman. So this is a tool for testing APIs. And what we're going to do now is we're going to create a route where we can make a post request with a log entry that we'd like to create. So I'm going to send a raw JSON response. And the idea is the front end, like if you fill out a form and click submit, this is the back end route that it's going to hit. So we need to actually create this. We'll do some testing. So right now, we're just going to try to do title, just say new, no, let's do Empire State Building. I don't think I've been to the Empire State Building, but let's say I had been. This would be something that we would add. Right now, the route doesn't exist, so we should get a not found response, right? So let's actually create the route. So this is our router here, and we're going to do router.post. So when we receive a post request on the /logs route, this is the handler that's going to run. And we can actually take in the request body. So right now, I'm actually just going to log rec.body. So rec.body is the thing that we're sending to the server. So that's this data here. And so I'm logging that. But I just remembered I actually don't have a body parsing middleware added. So we're going to have to add that. But let's see what happens. So if I make this post request now, it still says not found. That's not good. Oh, did my server not restart? Okay. Another thing is we have a connection error. Invalid connection string. Let's make sure I'm doing that right. Oh, I think I did Mongo instead of MongoDB. That's probably it. MongoDB. There we go. And let's try it now. Okay, so it can start up. I am getting a warning, a deprecation warning. So I need to pass use unified topology true into the Mongoose client. So we're using Mongoose to talk to the database, this thing here. So pass that in there. Okay, so now if I make this post request here, it still says it's not found. So we're posting /API/logs, and we're using that here. Oh, I didn't save the file. I have autosave turned off. Okay, so it should at least hit the route now. But yeah, so our server never responds, and if we look at it, rec.body is undefined. So I actually need to add the body parsing middleware to actually interpret the body of the request. So we'll add that right here. So I'll just say app.use express.json. Now there are other body parsing middlewares, but my API, I'm just going to be dealing with JSON, so I'm only going to add the JSON body parsing middleware. So now, when we post that data, we should see it on the back end. Yeah, so we're actually receiving that data on the back end. And this is where we can do some validation. Cool. Let me catch up if there's anything else. Yeah, thank you. Josh has it. That's the middleware that we needed. And thanks for the follow, the Code Monk. Much appreciated. One day I'll know every language, but I'm not there yet. Yeah. See you later, Tyler. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah. Tyler says, excited to see this all come together later. This has been great. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out. Subin is asking what Chrome extension I'm using. So you might have seen if I request JSON in my browser, it's nice and formatted like this. This is just called JSON Viewer. This thing. Can we see it on the Chrome store? This is the one. You could install it from the Google Chrome store. Okay, and as we can see, my server literally never responds, so it just hangs there forever. But what we need to do is pull in our log entry model here and attempt to create a new log entry. So I'm going to require that in here. So we need to go up one directory into the models folder and grab the log entry. And we can try to create it right here. So we'll say log entry equals a new log entry. And I'll pass in rec.body. And I believe we can do like log entry.save, and that will attempt to create it, but it'll also run all of the validators that we created, because we created validations that said like title must be a string and it's required. These things must be a string. We have some min and max validations for like rating, latitude, longitude. So we want those validations to run. So we'll see that next. Yeah, so Express does have their own body parser right here. It used to be that you had to install a body parsing middleware separately as like a separate dependency, but now it's just built in. You can use it like that. Yeah, so there's URL encoded. Yeah, but like I said, we're only using JSON, so I'm just going to add JSON there. And see you later, client telephone, who says, it's midnight here, and this old dog's got to get some sleep. All right, we'll see you next time. Okay, so Express is, they basically just bundled body parser with Express. That's cool. All right, see you later, Motivation. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm using a 2015 MacBook Pro. It's one of the older MacBook Pros. Okay, so we're here. So we created a new log entry. I'm gonna look at the Mongoose docs to see how we can like save the instance. Let's look at models. Yeah, so we can create an instance and then say .save. I think it runs the validators by default. Let's try it. And I think save returns a promise too. Let's try it. We're just gonna try it. So we'll make this async, and we're gonna add this in a try catch. 100% for async await. Yeah. So we'll say, well, I don't think it returns anything, but let's just say await log entry dot save, like that. And then let's see, does this returns a promise document? So we'll say created entry is that, and then after we've created it, we'll just respond with it. So we'll say res.json with the created entry. And if there was an error creating it, we need to forward it on to our error handler that we created earlier. So I'm going to add the next function here, and we can just do next error. Now, we'll see what actual error we get back. We may have to like set the status code, different things like that, but we'll see. Yeah, let's try it. And hello, Xmetrics. No, I didn't get fired. This stream is specifically for the avocados, who are a tier on YouTube members or Patreon. This was requested by the avocados. So here we go. Now we're actually getting a response, and we can see that it actually hit our error handler. So it says log entry validation failed, visit date is required, longitude is required, latitude is required. Cool. So it's running our validations by default. And this call to save right here actually threw an error. We passed that on to our error handler, which we have defined over here, which then actually responded. So yeah, and we can see that it has a 500 status code. I'm curious, what should the status code be for a route that does not pass validation? Yeah, the avocado is a cool crew name for sure. And thanks for the follow, solo developer. Is it 422? Unprocessable entity. So the server understands the content type of the request, and the syntax is correct, but it's not processable. I'm gonna go with 422. I like that status code. But so there are different things that could happen. This could throw an error if there was like a database error or something like that. 418, make up my own. Let's see what 418 is. I'm a teapot. No, we are not a teapot. And thanks for the follow. Is this Skyrim? Is this Skyrim? Yeah, there really isn't a reason I can't use arbitrary codes, but I want to keep it mostly consistent. Right now, I'm just going to log error dot, I think constructor dot name. This should give me the name of the error, and I can check that. And if it's a validation error, then I'll give it a 422 status code. Let's try it. Yeah, oh, mongoose error. Maybe just error.name? Validation error, that's what I want. So if it is a validation error, I'm gonna set the status code to 422. So I'll say if error.name is equal to validation error, res.status 422. Like that. Cool. And now we just need to send it a valid entry. I'd personally go with 400 bad request. Let's see what a 400 is. The server cannot or will not process the request due to something that is perceived to be a client error. Yeah, that's not... I like that. Though, I mean, 422 is a little more specific because it's like we can't process it. We understand it, but we can't process it because it's not valid. I don't know. I stream a few times a week. I don't have a schedule, but I stream a lot. Oh, okay. I got a message from Danny. I'll definitely look into that later. Mostly semantics between 400 and 422 to anyone but experts. Yeah, I guess so. See you later, Isaac. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, so now let's send it a valid entry. So let's just pull up the coordinates for the Empire State Building. So my break timer. Maps. The red chat messages are from YouTube. I'm live on YouTube as well right now. Do I get a latitude, longitude? I guess I could open it on Google Maps. How do I get the latitude? Here we go. Thank you, Sean. And hello, Crit. What's up? Yeah, I mean, I think technically this is... Oh, this is using Apple Maps? What? Since when? I did not know that about DuckDuckGo. All right, let's pass these in. So we'll pass in the latitude. So it's a number. And the longitude is this. Cool. And then I'll just add my own comments here. Visited the top of the Empire State Building. The view was great. And then we also need a visit date. I think, let's see. Is that what it's called? Visit date. Yeah, visit date. And this, I believe we can specify it as like an ISO string. So on the client side, whenever the date gets stringified, something like this. So like, let's say you had an object, you have a place, date is a new date. And then if you stringify this, it creates an ISO timestamp. So if I think if I do like new date dot, well, let's create a new date. To ISO string. Yeah, so this is the ISO string, and Mongoose can interpret this. So if we pass this in as a string, like that, Mongoose will be able to turn that into a date time. Sean is asking, how would I verify cardinal directions, north, south for latitude and east, west for longitude? What do you mean? Oh, like validating that this is a valid latitude and this is a valid longitude? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I have, Eli. So if you check out my YouTube channel, there's a playlist on building a full stack, building a CRUD API with Node and Express, and I use connects and Postgres in that video series. Oh, thank you, Is This Skyrim? Yeah, usually I use Vue, but I actually code in React on a daily basis. But I really liked Vue. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so we have the visit date, and let's also add a rating. I'm gonna give this a 7. Solid 7. And I guess we'll specify an image. Let's find a nice image of the Empire State. We find it on Wikipedia. Here we go. Yeah, there's our image. Like that. All right, let's try to create it. Unexpected string in JSON at position 119. What happened? Oh, I'm missing a comma right here. Try again. Hey, it worked. So, we can see that the created at and updated at automatically gets set because we set timestamps to true. Visit date gets set there, and then all of the other properties are there. The description and what was the other one that was optional? Description was the only thing we didn't specify, and that was optional. So yeah, it works. We have a route to create them. Now let's just create a route that will list all logs. So now when you request get logs, instead of just responding with this, we'll actually get all entries. And how does that work? Do we just do log entry dot find? Yeah, we'll do this. So we'll say entries equals log entry await log entry dot find, and then we'll just say res.json with the entries, like that. And so now if we make a get request to API/logs, we should get an array of all the log entries that are in our database, and we do get that. So that's great. Technically, we should wrap this in a try-catch because something could go wrong. I mean, it's a pretty basic query, but maybe we can't connect to the database or something like that. So we'll just be sure to wrap that in a try-catch and then forward the error on to the error handler. So yeah. And thanks for the follow, Beno1472. Welcome. When I went, the view from the Empire State was definitely a 10. I'll just say because it was busy. There's a lot of tourists, so it wasn't that fun. I've never actually been though. I was just giving it like a random rating. Oh, cool. Yeah, thanks for the YouTube sub. Is this Skyrim? Negative VE would be west of longitude. I think so. Yeah, I didn't quite understand what Sean was asking, but there's probably a way of, given a latitude longitude, determining potentially where you are in relation to a given latitude longitude. I don't know. Negative VE latitude is south, plus VE is north. Yeah, so determining like where you are geographically given the latitude longitude. Crit is saying, I saw you're using update log on your database. How do you keep track of all the updates, and how do you check earlier versions and store that in a DB the best possible way? What do you mean update log? No, log entry is the name that I'm giving it for the actual data that we're storing. So this is a location log. We're logging all the locations that we've been. Is that what you mean? We're not doing like update logs. We're just logging the places that we've been. Yeah, so Solo Developer says, can you please explain create a route? So when you are making requests to APIs, or really like any website, you're requesting some route on that web server. When we make this request to Wikipedia, the route is everything that comes after the domain. So this is the domain, and this is the path. And typically, you have some sort of request handler that can look at that path and decide what to do with it. In this case, Wikipedia responds with the Wikipedia webpage. Specifically, my server, I wanted to have a route where when someone makes a request to /API/logs, I respond with all of the log entries in my database. And that's what this does right here. So we're using Express on the back end, which is a node.js library for creating APIs. And basically what I'm doing here is saying, when my server receives a request on this route, this function is going to run, which ultimately looks in the database and then responds with all the stuff in the database. This itself is behind the path API/logs. So this file has a router, but my main file right here says the route API/logs will actually look at that router that I have defined over here. So when I say create a route, I mean we're creating a route on my API that people can make requests to. Hopefully that helps. Well, thank you, Alu Busad. Welcome. I went in 2016 once camp was done and it was sweltering, so not many people wanted to be there. Oh, that's good. Cardinal to what is the question? Since I assume a point wouldn't have a cardinal direction unless it's in relation to something. That's kind of where I was confused. Like, do you mean like, are we in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere or something like that? But yeah. Well, thank you, Code with Dinesh. Hello, Mutasim. Welcome. I have updated that on the DB. Does that mean that if one would update something, would it change? Oh, yes. So this is handled automatically by Mongoose. So we're using Mongoose, which is a library that is built on top of the MongoDB database driver. But in the options here, I set timestamps to true. So it automatically, whenever a new entry is created, it automatically adds the created at and updated at field. And then if I were to ever update an entry, it would automatically set this to be the current date. So that's automatic, and it's handled by the Mongoose library. How would I store the different updates in the DB? So in this case, they just get overwritten. So if we were to, I don't have an update route right now, but if we were to change this, there wouldn't really be a log that it changed. It would just change the updated at date to be the day that it was updated. I think I get what you're getting at, though. Some databases keep track of all changes because you might want some sort of audit log to know like what changed. And that's much more involved because you basically have to store the previous and the current versions, and I wouldn't do anything like that in this case. Yeah, so it's just overwritten. How much time does it take to become a full stack developer? It really depends. I used to teach at a school which was a 6-month-long program, so we would get people in that knew nothing about coding, and then 6 months later they'd get a job as full stack developers. But that was like a full-time thing. So even though it was a 6-month program, they were coding like 8 hours a day. So I don't know. It really depends. Yeah, Alka's code pins are amazing. Similar to an endpoint. Yeah, so this is an endpoint. I would call it that. The other terminology is a route. Yep. Longitude 0 is Greenwich, and latitude 0 is the equator. Positive and negative values are west and east of Greenwich, and north and south of the equator. Okay. Geo-coordinates are just spherical polar coordinates. You can code the math yourself, but it's probably better to just delegate to Mongo's geospatial functions or the mapping API. Yeah. Oh, about hemispheres. Okay. Yeah, and so I think given that we know where longitude 0 is and latitude 0 is, you could take a latitude, longitude, and determine what hemisphere it was in for sure. We're going to build the front end with React. If I were to store it, how would I do it? We would need like metadata tables for every single table. You would need a separate table to store every change that happens, like the before and the after. You could also use the same database table and just have like a special column that marks it as like old data. I don't know. I'd have to think about it. Yeah, I've never done it. I can't really provide any advice. Yep, I stream on YouTube. I'm streaming on YouTube right now. Hello, Lithium MX. Lithium X. How do I manage time? Not well. I'm a big procrastinator. Yeah, Derek went to that school, and now he is a professional developer. Not another database, but another table or another document store. Postgres versus Mongo. They both have their purposes. Like right now I'm using Mongo. It's easy to get started with, and with something like Mongoose, it gives you some structure. You can even do like foreign key relationships with Mongoose, even though that's not supported in MongoDB itself. But it really comes down to like, does your application have relationships? And if it does, you should use a SQL database like Postgres or MySQL. You can use Mongo, but it's not really built for that. It could be as simple as another collection with the same ID for each document that holds an array of changes. Yeah. Okay, so I've been streaming for close to 2 hours. I'm going to take a quick break. But we're doing pretty good. We have log entry. Let's create one more log entry. Where did we go? We went to the Denver Aquarium. I think I think there's a tiger at the Denver Aquarium. I've never been. This is another place I've never been. Denver Aquarium tiger? A new Sumatran tiger. Wow. I wonder if it's still there. This post was from 2007, but I'm just gonna make this up. The tiger was so cool. Fish were okay. And let's find the latitude, longitude. Maybe it's a sea tiger. At an aquarium. Yeah, for some reason. Yeah, I guess I could use Google Maps. Let me just hide my screen for a second. All right, see you later, Josh. Yeah, good luck with the move. Thanks for hanging out with us. Maybe it's called a buffet. Cool. So here it is. The Google Maps app gives you the latitude, longitude, like right in the URL. That. This one's gonna get a 6. Can we copy that image address? Yeah, that works. And the visit date was, wait. Oh, this is UTC time. That's why I was like, February? What? January 1st. Cool. So that created a new entry. And again, if I make a GET request to API/logs, now we should see 2 entries, not just 1. Cool. Very cool. Oh yeah, Vice is saying they have a white tiger at the Houston Zoo. That's cool. All right. So I could create express routes for updating entries. Right now we just have a route for listing everything and a route for creating. I could create one for updating and I could create one for deleting. But because I've already been streaming for 2 hours, I think I want to get started on the front end. So we'll build a basic front end that just has a map and shows all of the entries. And then we'll have a basic form for adding a new entry to show up on the map. How does that sound? Everyone with me? Like, we're going to start working on the React app next. Regardless if you say, that's what we're going to do. But I'm going to take a 7-minute break. And when I come back, we're going to make a React app that will actually re-implement Foursquare with location check-ins. So this is going to be a personal location app. I think one thing we'll do, though, is because we'll potentially deploy this to the web, I'll make it so that there's a password that you have to enter in order to create an entry. So that way, random people aren't just adding things to your map. Only you can add it to your map. We'll do that as well. But yeah, I'll be back in 7 minutes. See you soon. All right, see you later, Crit. Thanks for hanging out. Oh yeah, let me push up the code to GitHub really quick because it is on Git. I'm gonna add a git ignore file. So, in this folder here, I have these the node modules. I want to ignore those. I don't want to push those to GitHub. And this .env, I don't want to push to GitHub. So one thing I'll do is I'll make a copy of the .env and call it .env.example. So when other people pull this app down, they'll at least see the example. And then I'm going to add a git ignore for node. So this git ignore file ignores node modules, the .env and all that good stuff. So So here it is. Here's the code on GitHub, and I will be back in 7 minutes. But before I leave, shout out to all of my YouTube members and Patreon patrons. I could not do this without you, and especially this stream is brought to you by all of the avocados. So big shout out to all of them. I will now show all their names on the screen, and I'll be back in about 7 minutes. See you soon. Hello, friends. I'm back. Um. Yeah, I didn't. I didn't check this. I need to check that. I will. I will check that box. I think I missed this earlier. Mohammed says, "You made me fall in love with coding. You're the best instructor out there." Thank you so much, Mohammed. Much appreciated. Yep. So, if you're just tuning in, we're working on this travel log application. It is on GitHub. Go to github.com/codinggarden. It's the top repo on there. We just finished up the back end for the most part. We have listing all log entries and creating a log entry. Later on, we can add updating and deleting, but now we're going to move on to the front end. Yeah, and to help with that, let me check off this setup server. We have set up the server. Cool. And we have our post request and we have our get request. Awesome. So next up, we're going to start building the client, and we're going to do that with React. Now, I don't know if Sean is still watching. If you're watching, Sean, do you have any opinions on using something like Bootstrap or Bulma, or should we do all of the CSS from scratch? Let me know what you're thinking. Also, anyone else in the chat, if you have opinions on that, let me know. Yeah, and my nan Rips Billy's is mentioning the 418 status code. That was actually an April Fool's joke from like 1997 or something like that. Let's see if we can find it on Wikipedia. 1998. It's still in the specification, but it was actually a joke. It was meant for coffee pots. No, so there's the coffee pot protocol where coffee pots are connected to the internet. And if you have a teapot that's connected to the internet and you ask it to make coffee, it will respond with the 418 error code that says, "I can't do that, I'm a teapot." So yeah, that's a thing. Thank you, Umar. Sorry, Daniel. Yeah, I was on Coding Train for sure. If you look on my my YouTube channel, under collaborations, I did this build a full stack Twitter clone, and I did that on the Coding Train channel. That was super fun. We're gonna actually do another collaboration soon, probably in about 2 weeks or so, where I'm going to teach Dan how to build a Discord bot. So that's gonna be fun. It's not the date isn't set in stone yet, but it's gonna happen. He's gonna come on to my stream remotely. He's not gonna come to Denver, but he's gonna call in and we're gonna work on a thing together. CSS from scratch. All right, we can do that. So in this folder, we had our server folder, but now I'm going to create a React app right next to it in a folder called client. So I'm going to do npx create React app. We'll call it client, and it will do just that. Yeah, Dan is great. Thanks, CJ. Now all my backend statuses will be 418. That's great. You could also do 420, which is enhance your calm. The Twitter API will respond with a 420 status code if you get rate limited. Like if you're making too many requests, they're like, "Whoa, dude, enhance your calm." And thanks for the follow, Sarcasm as a Service. Difference between npx and npm. So npx allows you to execute a thing without installing it globally. So what you used to have to do is do like npm install -g create React app. So that would install that package globally on your machine, and then you could run it. npx basically pulls it down and runs it all in one go without having to install it globally. So that's what npx does. npx is using npm under the hood. It's a part of npm. I should say that. Yeah, 420. Chill out. It's enhance your calm though, to be technically accurate. And thanks for the YouTube sub, Joe Paris. Welcome to the show. Okay, and Sean, also, if hopefully it's not too late where you are, Sean. I realize this is a very late stream, but do you have any opinions on what map we should use? Should we use Google Maps? Should we use Mapbox? Should we use like Leaflet with OpenStreetMaps? What do you think? And anyone else in the chat, what do you think as well? I started it this stream, so the GitHub repo, I'll share it again really quick. But we just built the back end on this stream, and we're about to build the front end. The Create React app has that many files. We have a vote for Mapbox. Cool. Mapbox. Yeah, something other than Google Maps. Cesium? I've never heard of Cesium. OpenStreetMap is nice and open source. Sean is saying Google though. Make my own maps. It's not that kind of stream. we could use Google Maps. I think like because the last Maps app I built, we used Google. We used Mapbox GL. Let's try to use Google. I think the only issue with Google is they do charge money. Draw a map of the globe in MS Paint and use spherical projection. We could do that, but regardless, we have our React app running on port 3004. That's great. Let's try to get the Google Maps SDK set up. Oh, and I'll share this repo. So this is the backend that we just built. Basically, you can list all log entries and create new log entries. And right now we have 2 log entries. One with my backend isn't running. There we go. But we have 2 log entries. We went to the Empire State Building and we went to the Denver Aquarium. Cool. Let's close all this stuff. So I think Google Maps still. Let's look into it. Let's look at the Google Maps SDK. I believe they do have a free tier. But I think you can't use it unless you add a credit card, and I believe I've already added, like my credit card to the Google Cloud Console. Let's see pricing. $200 a month in free usage, and you pay only for what you use. And we're really just going to use Maps. I don't think we're going to use the Places API. And they have pricings for enterprise customers. So this was the main thing why a lot of people started shifting away from Google Maps is they increased their pricing greatly. And it used to be that you could just embed a map without an API key, and now you have to have one. And I believe you have. Yeah, I don't think there's a way of using a different tile server with Google Maps. That's one of the cool things about like Mapbox is you can choose any tile server you want. Let's see let's see what'll happen. Let's try to get started. Enable. Yeah. So this is the issue. This is the issue with Google Maps. Even though you get $200 a month free, you still have to enable billing on your Google account. So because of that, I think we're going to use Mapbox. I technically could, and I probably wouldn't run into a scenario where I'm paying for it, but let's check out Mapbox. Because there's React Mapbox GL that we can embed in our app. Yeah, so this is Mapbox, and they have a fairly generous pricing model. Yeah, generous free tier. Start for free. And the cool thing about Mapbox is they also have Mapbox tiling, where you can create and style custom maps. So let's just get started with this. Yeah, so you have to give them your credit card. All right, I'm gonna either log in or sign up on Mapbox. I think I should already have an account. Oh, okay. Just verifying what email to use. Well, forgot my password. I'm waiting for a password reset email. um, oh, weird. It showed up in promotions. That's weird. Okay. Cool. So, I'm logged into Mapbox. It looks like I do have an access token from a while back. This is a public token, so this is the thing that you would have in your front end code. It's okay that I'm showing that. But in the past, I have used React Map GL. So this is actually from Uber. But it's React components that will use Mapbox GL, and you can embed in your React app. So they give you components like React Map and let's see, what else? There's layers and markers, and all of these are React components that you can embed in your React app. Just real quick. So Alex says, check out deck.gl. It has cool map-based data visualizations and uses React and Mapbox. Yeah, let's look at it. Deck.gl. Yeah, and ACKX is saying you could use the Mapbox library with OpenStreetMap tiles. This is very true as well. Though the Mapbox tiles are cool. I like the fact that you can create custom styles. Is this a React thing? I'm just getting pictures of decks. Oh, deck.geo. Oh, this is from Uber as well. Geospatial. Oh, look at that. 60 frames per second. That's really cool. This one's also from Uber. Meteorite landings. Yeah, that's super cool. Akash says, could you show us how to add Husky to your projects? I could. I don't know if I will for this project, though. Yeah, and thanks for the follow, Chuck Norris 34. Welcome. How about these crayon drawn map tiles? Let's see. It's actually really cool. I mean, this looks more like watercolor rather than crayon. Yeah, watercolor. Yeah, this is Denver. Cool. And David says, send me off topic, but is there a free API for getting the duration of a trip from point A to point B? Like how Map says how long it will take. But not Google because it's not free. Yeah, so I mean, Google does have the directions API, and it's free up to a point. Like you get a certain number of requests. Google's the only one that I know of, but there might be other ones out there. Because the main thing is like they take into like Google especially takes into account traffic for duration, because it's not just like number of miles and speed limit on each road. It's they have like a whole algorithm for figuring stuff out. Cool. All right, this is my stretch timer. Let's take a quick stretch. And then let's get set up with, I think we're going to use React Map GL because it's using Mapbox, and I've used it before. And I don't want to be streaming forever, so this should just work. So let's go to getting started. We're going to need to add React Map GL. So on our front end, we're going to install React Map GL. We'll have a component that then we set it to a specific location, and then we use the React Map GL component. Easy enough. Cool, so that's installed. I may have to restart my React app. I'm going to go ahead and open up the client in VS Code. Cool. So we're going to clean up this React app real quick. Let's get rid of app.css. We'll create our own styles later if we need it. We're going to get rid of the tests. We'll add them later if we need them. Index.css. I think I'm okay with like a default font, no margin. Let's get rid of that React logo. Let's get rid of the service worker. And let's no longer register the service worker here. Cool. And then our app.js, we're actually just going to use that example from the React Map GL. So let's just say const app equals this. Then we'll export default app. And this should just give us a basic map that is at these coordinates with that width and that height. Let's see what happens. No token. So we need to specify our Mapbox token. Let's see. About Mapbox tokens. It's possible to use the map component without the Mapbox service if you use another tile source. Yeah, so this is where we could use something like OpenStreet tiles or something like that. But I am just going to specify my token. So set the Mapbox access token environment variable. Pass it as a prop to the React Map GL instance. Yeah, let's do this. So right here, we can say that. And we should be able to bring in our environment variable. So process.env.react app Mapbox token. So we'll create an environment file here with this value, and we'll grab that from our Mapbox. So our public token. Set it to that. Save it. I'll probably have to kill it and restart it so that it reads in the .env. And there we go. We have a 400 by 400 map that is centered on San Francisco. Cool. I think there's a way to make it full width and resizable. So let's do this. Wonder if we can specify 100% and 100%. And we can specify our body to have 100 view width and 100 view height. So we'll say height 100 view height and width 100 view width. And then the map should take up the whole screen. Let's see what happens. That didn't work. I'm curious if I can specify VH or VW in here. Yeah, so that actually worked in there. We probably would need to tap into when the window is resized. I'm not going to worry about that right now, though. Just like that. Cool. And let's set the overflow to hidden. There we go. So we've got a nice full screen map. So I think the first thing we'll do now that we have the map is I'll just make the API request to my backend to get all of the locations, and we'll put those points on the map. And at this point, I'm also going to set a much higher zoom level, or lower. I want to see more of the United States. Zoom 12? Let's see what happens. Oh, we want less. So let's go like zoom 3 by default. Yeah, that should be good, because I'm going to have 2 dots on the map, one in Colorado and one in New York. So I think that's good. And then we should center it like right in the center of the U.S. Let me find some coordinates for the... Whoa, that's really close. Let's go there. Let's find coordinates for like the dead center of the U.S., like right here. This is somewhere in the center of the United States. There we go. Good enough for me. And hello, hello. You're welcome. Thanks for dropping by. I've seen a website where the map places are changing when I move the mouse pointer. It works as the map places are joining through the roads and routes. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Why does create React app start with the service worker? It doesn't seem to be used anywhere. So the service worker by default actually caches all of your front end files. Using a service worker that's running behind the scenes. So potentially your app will load faster. Why I don't like it, especially when I'm developing, is it caches the files, and it can be hard to break that cache whenever you redeploy the app. So yeah, but that's mainly what it does. You're not really using it in any of your source code, but it knows all of the files that exist for your app, and it actually caches them behind the scenes. And thanks for the follow. I am the bull. Yeah, we're not going to write any tests today. Google 120 ETA 10 minutes later. Google 32. Yeah. It's not always accurate. Okay, OpenStreetMap might have a directions API. That's cool. Oh, and I guess Mapbox has a navigation endpoint as well. The black and white makes it look like the US circa 1800. All right, we'll add a custom theme to it. And hello, Nicholas. Welcome. Let's see if we can find in here API reference. Let's look at is it the map controller? No. Yeah, interactive map. Is there like a style? Map style. Inherit the following props from... Okay, so static map has a map style. The Mapbox style, a string URL or Mapbox GL style object. Okay. Let's find a style that we can use. We could design and create a new style. Let's see. Hello, Karan. Welcome. Oh, yeah, I do have this dark theme. I think I was using this for another app. Look at that. It's nice and dark. I like that. Let's get this style URL. Style URL, that. So we should be able to just say right here, map style equals that. Ooh, that's nice. Yeah, that's cool. I like that. So, cool. Now, let's show some markers on the map. Ultimately, we're going to want to use a marker like this, and it looks like the marker just gets put inside of the React Map GL, and it has some latitudes and longitudes. So, here's what we'll do. When this component mounts, we want to make the request to our backend. Now it looks like an FBI tracking map. And hello, Boswell Magic, welcome. But I'm going to use React+Hooks for this. So I'll bring in useEffect, and useEffect can behave like a component did mount in that we can create a function that only runs once. So we'll do that here. So I'll say like use effect. We'll have this function, and then I'll specify an empty dependency array. Meaning we only want this function to run once when the component is mounted, and this is where we're going to make our request to our backend. I'll go ahead and just define a separate file, call it like api.js, and create some functions for calling the API. So I'll have a function like list log entries. And then we'll define our API URL. And that's just localhost 1337, like that. And then we'll just use fetch. So we'll make this an async function. We'll say response is await fetch with that API URL /API/logs. We're going to get back the JSON response, and then we'll just return that. So we'll say return response.json, like that. And then let's just do export on that so that we can now import this function into my other file. So over here in app.js, take a quick break. Over here, we'll need to import it in. So I'll say import list log entries from our API. And then when the component loads, we're going to call this function. So we'll say list log entries. Now, this is an async function, and you actually can't make your effects async. So if you do this, it's going to give you an error. Effect callbacks are synchronous to prevent race conditions. So what you have to do is to create an IFI. So an immediately invoked function expression. So I'm going to create immediately invoked function expression that lists the log entries. So we'll set it equal to that, and then we'll just log the log entries. And we can make this IFI an async IFI, like that. And so now, when the component loads, we should get a list of entries from my backend. Well, actually, we will get a CORS error. Because right now, my backend is setting the CORS origin to localhost 3000, but my React app is running on localhost 3004, so I need to fix that. So in my backend, we need to update our CORS origin to be localhost 3004, this. And now we should get a list of log entries. Let's see. Try again. The header still has the value localhost 3000. What? Oh, this is my env.example. Yeah, I updated the wrong env. Let's put that back. I want to actually update my env, not my example env. 3004. There we go. So we get back an array with 2 entries. We have the Empire State Building, and we have the Denver Aquarium. Cool. So I actually can't, Derek. So Derek is asking why an async function in a use effect is prone to race conditions. So the use effect, use state, they're all very particular in that they must always be called in the same order. And there are some things about use effect where, oh yeah, so use effect, by default, you can actually return a function that where you do cleanup here. So like clean up things if you need to. This is kind of like your component did unmount. And so if this function returned a promise, it wouldn't actually return a function that could be invoked later on. And Doc is saying, can you put async in front of the outer in use effect? Oh, in front of this function? But then it would be inside of a nested function, so you can't use async inside of a nested function without putting async on it. So from my understanding, this is one of the main things that this function needs to return a function, so it couldn't return a promise because it actually needs to return a function. And I guess also if it returned a promise, then under the hood, you would have to wait for the use effects to resolve before the component would render. Doesn't make sense. Yeah, so it can't be returning a promise. And you couldn't make an async component either because this app here, even though it's a function, it's technically a React component. And there isn't a way of, I guess maybe there is now, but there's not really a way of rendering an async component. Because if we look in our index.js, this is how we're rendering our app. And if this returned a promise, again, we wouldn't really know what to do with that. We couldn't use this JSX syntax. Okay, so we're getting back our log entries. So now we're going to use some other state. So let's create a state value called log entries, and we'll also have set log entries. And that's just going to be use state, and we'll start it off as an empty array. So we now have the state variable log entries. It starts off as an empty array. And then after we get back the log entries, we're going to say let set log entries with the log entries that we just got back. And so what this will do is this will update this state here so that we can actually use that array inside of our render function. Technically, the use effect, you define the things that you're dependent on. So you put any prop or any state value here that if it were to change, this would rerun. But I only want this to ever run when the component loads. So I only want this to run once, which is why I'm leaving this as an empty array. Technically, I could put set log entries as a dependency because that is defined out here, but I'm not worried about if it's changing. I only want this to run once. And so now we can iterate over log entries. So in our render function here, we can say log entries.map. That's going to be each entry. And we will create or use a marker component. So we're going to import marker from React Map GL. Like that. And we'll copy and paste this. And for the latitude, we can say entry.latitude. And for the longitude, we can say entry.longitude. And right here, we can say entry.title. I'm curious where this is even going to show up, but we'll just do this for now. We'll probably need to find like a marker image, like a dot for the map, and we'll put that on there. And we do need to specify a key here because we're creating multiple. We'll do entry._id. And let's see what happens. So now that we have that, there's the Denver Aquarium and there's the Empire State Building. So they're showing up on the map, but a div is definitely not what we want. We want to show like a nice little marker icon or something like that. I'm curious if they have like a default marker. And thanks for the follow, DVD Puck. Welcome. Christian says, CJ is a boss. Well, thank you. Cool. So, I guess we could find an image. I'm curious if we just look at like some Mapbox examples. Do they have like markers? Let's see. Marker. DOM element to use as a marker. The default is a light blue droplet-shaped SVG marker. Well, that would be nice. They could look like radar blips to match the spy theme. These aren't locations that I've spied. These are places that I've visited. But we could find an icon to use. I wonder why it doesn't use like a default one. Well, let's see what happens if I just leave this div off. So if I just do marker like this, let's see what happens. Do I get the default blue marker? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, so nothing happened. Let's do this. Just because I don't want to do too much research. We're just gonna use an SVG. Let's find like a map pin. Yeah, like a map pin. Let's use this SVG here. What's cool is we could change the size too. And we could change the color. But regardless, let's just grab this SVG source and we'll use that. Make it yellow. I can do that. So now instead of showing the div, we're going to show this SVG. And we will put a class on it, but let's format this. Oh, that didn't work. Oh well, that's fine. For now, let's just see what happens. It might actually be really big. Oh, it has no width and height specified, but this is the yellow we're going to use. But let's just specify a class name. Call it marker. And then in our CSS, we'll define it. So we'll say marker has a stroke of this color. And we could set the width and the height dynamically. And actually, we could set it based on the zoom level. Let's do this. We're gonna do like a dynamic style binding. And I'm gonna manually fix this because my format document wasn't working. Where's the path? And a circle. Like that. Okay, but let's set the style. So the width is going to be viewport.zoom. So viewport here is actually state that gets updated when we zoom around, and it does have a zoom property. So if we say viewport.zoom, and then like take a fraction of it or multiply it times something. Let's do a CSS calculation. We'll do calc of 1 vmin times this value, viewport.zoom. Let's just see what happens. And then the width and the height are the same. And we'll say this. It's not showing up at all. Let's hard code the width and the height just real quick, just to make sure that it shows up. We might need to wrap it in a div. Let's see. Yeah, let's wrap it in a div, maybe. Interesting. Let's look at the React DevTools. So we have our static map. We have a marker. That's over there. That's one marker. And then this is the other marker. I have class twice on the SVG. Oh, okay. Yeah, we definitely don't want that. Oh, there they are. Nice. Thank you, Toasted Cheese. Yeah, that looks okay. So that's 24 pixels, but now if we do it dynamically, so let's calc of, I don't know, so that's a zoom level of 3. 24 divided by 3 is 12. So I don't know. Someone give me some maths. But I'm thinking like we take 1 vmin and multiply it by the zoom level. I don't know. Because that would be 3 vmin. And then as we zoom in, it gets bigger. 24 divided by 3 is 8. But what do I do with that information? let's see what this does though. Yeah, so this makes it 3 vmin, so like really tiny. And then as I zoom in, they do get bigger. That's like way too big. And the offset is totally wrong. Let's get rid of the offset really quick and see what happens. Math.clamp. Doc is always about the math.clamp. So I think this is the top left corner. The latitude, longitude? Because, oh no. Yeah, so this is the downtown aquarium. And that's where our marker is showing up. It's like a little bit off. Yeah, so the SVG origin should be the bottom of the marker. You know, I mean, if that's the case, it gets even trickier because actually, I don't even know if offset left or if this is in pixels. Let's look at the docs really quick. So if we look at marker, offset of the marker in pixels, negative number indicates left. So I don't really even know how we would calculate the pixels. So we're just gonna hard code it. We're gonna do 24 pixels all the time. But now that it's hard coded, the offset top could be 24. And then the offset left could be 12. So it's like right in the middle. Our coordinates could be off. But now you'll notice that the bottom of the pin stays like exactly there as we zoom in and out. It's not like shifting. So that's a good thing. I think we might have gotten the wrong coordinate. But this one, which is the Empire State Building, yeah, so like it stays in the same place as we zoom in, and we have the street address, so that's good. I think leaving it as like a standard 24 pixels is good. Cool. Okay, so we're listing stuff on the map. That's great. I think the next thing is to be able to add new things to the map, and we can probably just do that with like a nice little modal that pops up. So we'll have like a button in the top right that says log in entry. Create log entry, and then that creates a modal where we can type in our stuff, and then it'll add a point to the map. We probably want to be able to you know what? Maybe we double click a point on the map, and when we double click it, something like a point an icon pops up. And then we can add all the information associated with that icon. Let's actually look at, HTML overlay. Let's see what this does. So it allows applications to overlay data on top of maps using an HTML container. Could use a pop-up. Pop-up component. Can we see an example? Why can't I see any examples with these things? But, so which can be used to show tooltip pop-ups with custom HTML content at specific locations on the map. Actually, I think we'll use this anyways because for each of the locations, we have information about them, like title, description, comments, rating. So when we click on them, we probably want to show like a pop-up with that information about the item there. But then we can use something similar. So if we double click on the map, that adds a new point to the map with a pop-up that has like a form in it. And inside of that form, we can add the information about the new location. So I think that's what we'll do. Here is a marker that's a little bit easier to see. Let's check it out. Am I about to be rickrolled? Oh, that's nice. I like that. Is it a square though? Yeah, 128 by 128. Okay. I think that's fine. Using this instead of an SVG. And then we'll set the height and the width on this class. Nice. I like that. Cool. Okay, let's get a little pop-up showing for each one. So we can use a pop-up component. We specify the location, and then there's a div inside of it. I could do a transform so the position is the bottom of the marker. Oh, and then so yeah, I mean I think I like that. So that way we actually don't specify the offset left and top. Let's try that. So if we get rid of the offset left and top there, well, first if we get rid of it, it should behave very weird, right? So like as we zoom in, it's like moving. See how or is it? No, I guess it's not. No, it is. It's like moving in that direction. But if we do a translate in the CSS, let's see what it'll do. Yeah, that does it. Because now it's always in the same spot. It's not like shifting around. Good morning, Lars Eno. Welcome to the show. So yeah, that does it. And now we could dynamically size it. We could actually say like size it based on the zoom width. Let's do it. Because now the offset is relative to the width and the height of it. So yeah, let's do it. I mean, could we do 24 or 12 times the zoom level? Let's do this. 12 times viewport.zoom pixels. Let's see what we get. Oh, and it gets even bigger. It's huge, but then as we zoom out, they get smaller. So that's cool. Let's just make a smaller number. 6. Yeah, because then they get really tiny, and then as we zoom in, it's actually like way too big. We could set a maximum size. An absolute unit of a map marker. Honestly, I'm okay with that size. I'm gonna stick with that. Let's keep moving. We want to get this pop-up showing. For now, I'm just going to show the pop-up. And we will import it in from React Map Geo, like that. Cool, so it looks like that. Yeah, we'll fix that. But basically what we can do now is when we click on a map marker, we'll show a pop-up with the information about that map marker. Let's do that. Let's see. Styling. Make Google sweat. Do better. I mean, this is Mapbox anyways that we're using, so cool. So let's just get the marker or the pop-up showing in the right place. So I'm gonna have another state variable. Let's call it show pop-up. We'll have a set show pop-up. And I'm actually gonna make this an object. And when we click on a marker, I'm going to set its ID to be true, and then we'll show the pop-up there. So yeah, the marker is there. And then I'm going to put the pop-up here. But we'll only show the pop-up if it's true for this given ID. So we'll do a little ternary. So if show pop-up at entry.id, so we're inside of this map here. So if we want to show the map, if we want to show the pop-up for this thing, then that must be true, and then we'll show the pop-up. Else show nothing. And I'm getting some really weird syntax highlighting right now because this I need to wrap in a fragment. So we'll have the marker and then the closing item here. So because we have two elements at the root here, we have to wrap it in a fragment. Technically, we could have wrapped it in a div, but we're just using a fragment there. And then the latitude and the longitude are going to be exactly the same for the pop-up. We'll handle on close in a bit, and anchor is top. Let's see what happens. So oh, and then we need to actually set show pop-up to true. So we can have an on click, maybe on drag start. Let's just see if we can set on click. So this we actually want to set show pop-up with all of the existing show pop-ups, but at this given entry.id, we set it to true, like that. Let's see what happens. So if I click it, nothing happens. So there is no on click event, but I probably can add the on click to the div itself. See what happens. So if I click it, there it is. You are here. Awesome. But instead of displaying you are here, we can display all the info about the entry. So we have a div, but we'll show like an h3 with entry.title. We'll show a paragraph tag with entry.comments. See what we get. We click it. Denver Aquarium. The tiger was so cool. The fish were okay. And if we click this one, oh, this one's really big. I need to get the close working. So on close, we're not doing this dot set state. We're doing a very similar set show pop-up. So on close, set show pop-up, this entry ID is false. Okay, so click this. Empire State Building. Visited the top of the Empire State Building. The view was great. And this one should show up too, but now we can close them all day long. We can probably just set a class on this div and give it like a maximum width. So let's do that. So this div here, we'll just say class name equals pop-up. And let's just give it a max width of 300 pixels. So it should look decent enough on mobile. That did that work? That worked. Let's see what it looks like on mobile. Refresh. Yeah. That's great. Click that. That's great too. Cool. Cool. We can also add the visited date. And I guess technically we could set the Z index dynamically if we don't want them to overlap. Or we could close all other pop-ups when we open another pop-up. Yeah. I mean, yeah, so actually if we don't spread the state, and then here we just set this to an empty object, now we can only open one at a time. So I can open this one, but if I open this one, the other one closes. That's probably a better user experience, I would think. It might. Let's look at their docs. So offset left, offset top, tip size, anchor, dynamic position. If true, the anchor will be dynamically adjusted to ensure the pop-up falls within the map container. Yeah, let's set that to true. That sounds good. And then sort by depth. If true, the order of the pop-ups will be dynamically rearranged to ensure that the ones anchored closer to the camera are rendered on top, useful when showing multiple top pop-ups in a titled map. I do like the idea of closing all the other pop-ups when we open another one, though. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. And then we should also show the date, probably. Let's do just like a small tag. We'll do some italics, but we need to do a new date with entry.visitDate.to locale date string, and we'll say visited on that. Yeah, cool. I like that. Okay, so next up, when we double click on the map, I want to add a point at that location, show a pop-up, and allow the user to actually enter in information about that location. So let's see how we can do that. There's probably like an on-click event for the map itself. Interaction options, drag pan, enable double-click zoom. On load, on resize. On click, called when the map is single clicked. On double click, called when the map is double clicked. Let's do this. So this is the plan. You can double click anywhere. So let's say we go to, where should we go? Let's go somewhere in Denver. Let's go to... Actually, there's a skate park in Arvada. Let's go to the skate park in Arvada. Yellowstone National Park. We could do that too. Let's go to the skate park in Arvada first. Actually, I have no idea where it is. It's like in this general area. I also don't know where Yellowstone National Park is. Let's go to the Grand Canyon. Here we go. Grand Canyon. So I want to double click right here and then add an entry for the Grand Canyon because I visited the Grand Canyon. I actually haven't visited the Grand Canyon yet. It's on my list of things to do. My dock is showing for some reason. Vegas. I thought of Vegas. We could go to Vegas. But basically, I was just using it as an example. We want to double click here. So now, on the map, we can say, no, on the map here. Well, this is the cool thing. So instead of having to manually specify latitude, longitude, wherever we double click, that's where we'll add the point. And we should get back the latitude, longitude of where we click. So on double click equals show add marker pop up. Yeah. And so I'm going to create a function that will get called, and let's see what we get access to. So let's just say const show add marker pop up. We get access to some event. And then I'm just going to log the event. But my guess is inside of that event, we have the latitude and longitude of where they clicked. So let's see. Yeah, so we get an event. It has a center, offset center, and then a longe lat, this thing here. So we can use this to actually add a new point. Cool. And hello, my new brain, and thanks for the follow, OG Haribo. Welcome. I like Haribo. Okay, cool. So what we need now, and actually, Majestic Eye, can you provide me with a marker that is a different color? And we're going to use that different color to denote the one that we're adding right now. So this, but just red, I guess. And actually, I mean, if you made this, could you export this as an SVG so I can set the color myself? Let me know. But here's what we're going to do. We need some state for the add marker icon. So basically, wherever we double click, we want to show a pop-up that has a form inside of it, and we want to show the point on the map. Can you do red? I think red would look good. Can you send it on Discord? I can download it from Discord. But basically what we need on our state is the add location state. Does using click create problems with dragging around the map? I think they handle it. So they have these events like on double click. So right now, when I double click, it zooms in, and I could probably prevent it from zooming in. Yeah, like source event dot stop propagation or prevent default or something like that. Yeah, so pointer event, target path. I think I could do this. Stop propagation. And now when I double click, oh no, it still zooms in. I'm not too worried about it. Yeah, because Doc is saying if you drag around the map like a mad lamb, you don't get, let's see. Yeah, because these aren't double clicks. You have to like explicitly double click a location to get that pop-up to show up. That's the plan anyways. Okay, so we'll have the add entry location. Can you just put it in the general channel? I might just be offline right now. Let me see. There you go. I'm online now. Yeah, I'll have add entry location and set add entry location. Use state is initially null. So by default, there is no add entry location, but then whenever we set it, we're going to show a marker there. So whenever we say show add marker pop-up, we're going to set add entry location to be an object with a latitude and a longitude. And actually, get rid of this. I need to log the event again. But when we double click, this has a property called longeLat, and this is an array. So event.longeLat, we're going to destructure latitude and longitude out of that. Oh, thank you, Majestic Eye. See it. Ooh, very cool. All right, I'll download it. But we're going to destructure those two, and this should be latitude, longitude, right? Or is it longitude, latitude? No, it's longitude, latitude. Excuse me. I had it in reverse. Longitude, latitude, and then we'll set our state. So set add entry location to be that latitude and that longitude. Like that. Cool. So that's going to set it on state here. And what we'll do is inside of the map here, we'll say if add entry location is a thing, then we're going to show a marker and a pop-up at that location. Otherwise, we're going to show nothing. And it's going to be very similar to this marker and pop-up. Well, I should set my tags as web dev and pro. I thought I had it. You know, it gets reset every now and then. But yeah. But yeah, I can set those. So latitude, longitude, and then on close. For now, we're just gonna say set add entry location to null. Later on, we'll have to fix that. But now we can say we'll just have like an H3 that says add your new log entry here. So that'll show there, and then we'll also show a marker in that exact location. So let's see. That. So it doesn't have a key. The latitude and longitude are the add entry location. We don't need to do anything when it's clicked. Did I? Entry. There we go. And that should do it. So yeah, so now when we double click anywhere on the map, it should pop up a point and say, add your log entry here. And we can actually put a form inside of this pop-up. So we'll have an entry for the title, an entry for the comments, all that good stuff. But let's go to Discord. So Majestic Eye just sent the SVG. So now we should be able to dynamically set the color. So that one in particular will be red and the others can be orange. So let's see. Just a second. Cool. So I just downloaded that SVG file. here, marker.svg. Oh, that's a whole lot of G's. What's going on there? I use a bunch of empty groups. It was created with Illustrator. I'm pretty sure I can remove all these extra groups. Oh, thanks, Sharpie360. Yeah. Oh, when it really, you can really only see it when I get closer, but it's because these are blue, so they're blending in with my blue screen. Oh, downloaded it from Flaticon? Okay. And actually, I'm going to need to use the SVG inline to be able to set the stroke color. So there's that. Rabbit works. Yeah, I know that's you. I just see your name in the chat. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm just going to use that SVG directly. So instead of this image, we do this. No, I know who you are. Okay, so we have this SVG. We can specify the class and the style. Why is this complaining? Oh, I think I need to get rid of this stuff. XML namespace? I don't think I need any of this. There we go. Okay. That was weird for a second. But I should be able to specify the class name and the style. So let's call it yellow marker. Let's do marker yellow. And then in my CSS, the marker has that transform and dot marker dot yellow SVG path. I think it's a path, right? Yeah, SVG path has a stroke of that nice yellow color, which I have now lost. But let's grab that yellow color. Oh, we were replacing this one anyways, but there we go. Thank you, Majestic Eye. I think I got it though. Well, that's slightly different than what you shared, but okay. And actually, I realized I was in the wrong spot. This one I want to be red. That's this one down here, because this is like the one you're adding it. Let's do red. Let's just see if it shows up that way, and then we'll set the other one to yellow. But okay, now we should get, whenever we double click, a red one. Cool. It's not red though. Let's see what styles are getting applied to it. We did the backend earlier. We're now working on the React front end. So we have a backend where we can add map entries and list all of them. But now we're creating a front end where we can create new map entries on the map. Let's see. Has the marker class? Oh, because I need to specify marker red. And then marker yellow. Is that a good red color? Reddish orange. I like it. There we go. So now we should get, well, we'll try again. Let's refresh. Yeah, the CSS class was still yellow. Ah, should be red though. Marker red. Marker red. Oh, it already, I'm putting it on the SVG. I don't need to specify SVG. That's also wrong. I can do this. Try again. I'm specifying the stroke. Do I need to specify the fill? Yeah, it's the fill. Okay, so instead of stroke, we do fill. Fill, like that. And then now I need to use this marker instead of the image up here. Technically, I could create a component here. What did I copy? Just the SVG part. Let's do here. This is marker yellow. Okay, looks good. So by default, there are those things. They should get bigger as we zoom in, and they're SVGs now, so they look pretty good. They're like massive. But let's say I want to go to the Grand Canyon. I can zoom in to where I want to add the marker to, like the Grand Canyon National Park. Double click there, and it's going to put a dot on the map, and we're going to put the form inside of this pop-up here. Yeah, this is my current progress. So we built a backend that has a couple of log entries. So we have the Denver Aquarium and we have the Empire State Building. But now we're making it so that we can double click anywhere on the map, like let's say right here, and then we'll be able to fill out a form, click submit. That'll send it to the API, and then it'll be listed on the map. Cool. Yeah, oh, and RabbitWorks says, many thanks again for joining me on the insane debug session. Yeah, so I was on RabbitWorks stream. So if you check out RabbitWorks JavaScript on YouTube, I called into his stream yesterday, and we had a heck of a time doing some debugging. But yeah, hello Vishnu, welcome. Will the marker turn yellow after a certain time, like 1 minute it changes from red to yellow? I don't think so. And RabbitWorks, also known as Sharpie360, with the $10 donation. Let's see what your message is. Thanks for the help. You're very welcome. Yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us. Yeah. So is this for buying plane tickets? No. This is supposed to be an app that you could use to log all the places that you've traveled. Okay. Now, let's just get a basic submit form going. So, yeah, and I'm gonna increase the maximum width of the pop-up. Let's go like 400 pixels. We could do it dynamically. Yeah, so that should be a bit nicer for filling out a form. But let's create our form. And I'll just do this as a separate component. Because this component is getting pretty big and gnarly. I could extract some of these things out to a separate component as well, like the marker with the pop-up. But for now, let's just create a new component called add. We'll call this the log entry form. Or call it the entry form? I don't know. We're gonna bring in React from React. And then we need a component. So we'll say log entry form is a nice little functional component, and then we'll export it. So this is going to be a form. I think for this we actually will use React hook form. I'll install that in a second, but probably want a label. That's for the title, and then an input. Let's just see what this gives us, and this we actually need to return. So I'm going to import that component. And then we will use that component in the pop-up. So right about here, we're just going to say log entry form, like that. So now, that's not bad. We can add a little bit of like spacing and stuff like that, but we should be good. Well, thank you, Pranjal. Idan says, I'm a web developer in grade 10. I actually go to a school that focuses on software development, and instead of going to actual school half the day, I do software development. That's awesome. I wish I could have done something like that when I was 10 years old. I started making like simple websites probably when I was like 12 or 13, but yeah. Cool, so that's nice. Let's add more entries. And also this will have a name of title. This can be for the title. We have, what are all the things that we can have? Title, comments, which is probably like a text area. Rows, we'll do 3. So we'll have title, comments, description, date picker time. we can use the browser date picker. It should be fine. And then description. What else do we need? Image, that'll just be like an input. And let's see, title is required. Comments and description are not required. Image is not required. I think that's it. And then we have visit date. And this has a type of date. And we should get just the default browser date picker. All right, let's add a little bit of styles to this. Let's just give this a class name of entry form. And then we'll add some styling. So let's say the entry form label has a little bit of margin around it. Or margin right. 0.5 rems. We could do this as display block. And actually, let's do this for the labels and input. So they have a half rem of margin all the way around, and they have display block with a width 100%. So this should show every label and input on its own line. Well, that's ugly. Let's see. Yeah, if we close this. Yeah, I guess same thing with text area. cool. So those are all lined up. But because of the margin, on the left and the right, they're overflowing. So let's do on margin top and bottom is 0.5 rem, but left and right is 0. Yeah, so now it's still within the pop-up. And then let's give the pop-up some padding of like 1 rem. There we go. So we can click. We'll add all our stuff. Rem is a relative unit, a relative M unit. And is relative to the root element. So if you set your like root element to have a font size of 16 pixels, rem is going to be relative to that root element. So half of 16 pixels would be 8 pixels. Yeah. So it all depends on what your root element is set as. Cool. Yeah, I think this is totally acceptable. And let's just add a button at the end. Create log entry. What did I call this app? This is a location log, visit log. Travel log. I don't know. It's fine. Yeah. This is a 2015 MacBook Pro. Yeah, so pixels are like exact pixel units, but the issue with pixels is they don't always work well across devices, because 1 pixel on an iPhone isn't the same thing as a pixel on a MacBook with a 16-inch screen. So if you use relative units, call the button update database. But if you use relative units, the sizes will change depending on like where your page is being loaded. Let's just say create entry. And then let's also make buttons display block 100%, all that good stuff. These are like some really easy styles to make the form look decent by default. So you double click, and then we get that. How am I? Oh, wow. I was zoomed in way in. Okay. That's so weird. But now, okay, if that's the case, we can go way bigger. I'm gonna fix this really quick. Let's actually make the width like 40 view width. So it'll be like half the window size, yeah. And then let's also increase the font size. We'll go to like 2 rems. Yeah, that's fine. I like it. It's not bad. Thank you, Sean. So looks good. Dispatch log entry upsert request. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so let's get this form hooked up, and for that I'm going to use a React hook form. We could technically just do it all by hand, but this is going to make it really easy to set up the form. So let's install it. Get started. Kill this, install it. How long have I been live? This is pretty crazy for me to be live on a Friday evening like this, and it's already past midnight. I'm gonna try to get this done in 15 minutes. Not tonight, Idan, but if you tune in, not this weekend, but either Monday or Friday, I usually do Q&A streams where anybody can ask questions, and sometimes people ask me to review their stuff. So if you tune in, then possibly. And like I said, I'm gonna try to leave in 15 minutes. So we're gonna get this form working. We're gonna be able to add new things to the map. Technically, I don't think I'll deploy today, but it would be fun to deploy. But I want to be done very soon. Okay, so we have React Hook form. It's great. And then now we need to use it. So we're going to do use form inside of our component. I can do it. Thank you, Chad. Use form here. And then we need to get all of these things from use form. Register, handle, submit. I'm not watching. I don't really care about errors because I'm actually just I'm using the built-in browser validation. So this input, the title is required. I guess that's the only thing. I guess we should require visit date as well. Required. No, I have a day job. At least right now, I can't really spend enough time making videos and streaming to do this as my main source of income. Sleeping all day, staying up all night. Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I'm trying to have a productive weekend, and that doesn't really happen if I go to bed really late on a Friday night. Okay. If you do exclamation mark LED and then send 8 bits, either zeros or ones, it'll change which LEDs are lit up. Okay, so we need to register each of these components, and we just specify the ref. So I say ref equals register. We basically just have to do this on all of our inputs and text areas, and it's going to take in the name, and that's what will be used to actually create an object of all the data. So put that there, and then we can say on submit equals handle submit, and we'll just right now create like a basic on submit function. So this will give us access to the data from the form. And then for now, we'll just log that data. But this is going to be the data that we're going to be sending to our backend server. So right here, I'll say handle submit with on submit. And let's see what happens. Oh, is my server not started up? Oh, there you go. Okay, we're going to the Grand Canyon. What is this complaining about? Invalid DOM property 4. Did you mean HTML4? I did. Let's fix that. Yeah, and so the way the LED command works is there's a 30-second timeout, so any one person can only change it every 30 seconds. All of these 4s need to be HTML4. Cool. So it's a little hard to see, but let's try submitting it. You can see it does the browser validation. So Grand Canyon. Comments. It was really big. And then we can specify the visit date. Here we go. And so this just uses the browser default date picker. So let's say we went on January 7th. Create entry. Cool. And then we get this nice little object here. And this object is what we're going to send to our backend. So yeah, and I mean, I think what I'll do is this component, the log entry form, this component can call the API. After it's successfully been created, it can call the parent component to say, hey, close the modal, and also tell the parent component to refresh all of the points on the screen. So yeah, I'm going to handle all of that state in here. So in our API file, let's create another function. We'll call this create log entry. And this is going to take in the entry. And then we're going to need to do a post request. So it's the same endpoint, but the only thing different is the method is post. We need to specify our content type headers. So because we're sending JSON to the server, we need to tell our server that we're sending JSON. So we're going to say our content type is application JSON. And our body is going to be JSON.stringify the entry, like that. So that should send it to the server, and then we'll get back the response. So that's great. And then in here, when we submit it, this is where we can actually make the API request. So we'll say, let's import API in here. Create. I think I called it create entry. Yeah, create log entry. And so right here, I'll probably do a try catch just in case the server throws an error. But we will do created equals create log entry with data. And then once it's done, for now, let's just log it. And then if there was an error, we'll log the error. One thing though, this entry that we send to the API, it needs to have the latitude and longitude. So we actually need to pass these down to the form. Ranjit says fake. What's fake? Yeah, these are blue switches on my keyboard. And no, this isn't Dank Mono. This is Anonymous Pro. Yeah. Yeah, I think the issue is like because JSX is basically a separate programming. I mean, it's a programming language. So, but they've tried to allow all possible JavaScript things while adding new rules to it. So it messes with the parser because the parser doesn't know what to do if it sees the for keyword. I don't know. But thanks for the follow, Spectre2. Fake news. Yeah, no worries, Renji. It was just funny to see. Cool, but so this form, it needs the actual latitude and longitude because that's what it needs to send to the API. So right here, let's just call this location, and we'll pass it down as add entry location. And now the log entry form gets a prop location. And now we can add the latitude and longitude to the data before we send it to the API. So right here, I'm going to say data.latitude equals location.latitude and data.longitude gets set there. Then we're going to try to send it to the API. Hopefully it works. We'll get back a response, or we'll get an error. Let's see what happens. Okay, moment of truth. Let's clear this up, refresh the page. And thanks for the follow, Need for Eat. Much appreciated. So, where did we go? We went to the Las Vegas Strip. Let's see. There's the MGM Grand. Planet Hollywood. I've been there. I've stayed there twice, actually. Right, so we're going to add a point right here. Title. Planet Hollywood Hotel. Comments. The rooms were really nice. Date. Let's just say it was last month. It wasn't, but we can say that it was. Create entry. It actually worked. Can't believe it worked on the first try. But this is a response from the API. We can tell because we got an actual MongoDB ID. So that's great. And now if I refresh the page, we will see a marker on the map. But what we want to do is first try. What we want to do is we want to close this modal whenever it's successful. We also want to show like a loading message. And then when it's complete, we'll show the marker on the map. But if I refresh, we should see 3 markers on the map. We do. And if we click it, Planet Hollywood Hotel. Nice. Awesome. First try. First try. Okay. So, first try. So here's what we're going to do. Inside of the log entry form, I'm going to add some state. To just to know whenever, like, if this is loading. So right here, let's say loading and set loading is going to be equal to use state. Initially, it's false. But when we start to make the request, we're going to set loading to true. And then when it's all over, we're going to set loading to false. If there was an error, we want to show that on the screen. So we're going to have an error, and we're going to have set error. And initially, the error is just the empty string. But if for some reason an error happened, we're going to say set error with error.message. So if the request to the server failed for some reason, maybe the database is down, maybe the server is down, we're actually going to have that error message. But now we can actually show the error message on the form. So let's just do like an H3 with the error, but we really only want to show this if there was an error. And then we also probably want to show loading. So I want to disable the button if we are loading. So I'm going to say disabled equals loading. So the moment we hit create entry, it's going to disable the button. And then actually, let's change the button text to say loading if we are loading. So what I'll do is I'll say if we're loading, then the button is going to say loading, ... Otherwise, the button is going to say create entry, like that. Cool. So now if an error happens, we show the error. Let's just give this a class name of error, and then we'll just set that text to be this orangish red. We'll reuse that color. Like that. So now if an error happens, we're showing it on the form. When we're loading, we disable the button. And the last thing we need to do is, if this was successful, we need to close the modal and refresh the list in the parent component. So we need to add an onClose. onClose function. So when we're done with the entry, this thing is going to close. We can do set add entry location to null. That's going to close the modal, but we want to refresh all of the points on the map. So for that, we need to actually call list log entries again. And for this, I'm actually going to put this in a separate function. Take a quick stretch. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take this, which was in here. And hello, coding pasta. What's up? It's been a while. So get entries is just going to be an async function that does those two things. And when the component loads, we call get entries. But whenever, after we've closed the form pop-up, we're also going to call that, which will reload it and populate it on the map. So this should do it. I think this should do it. Let's see what happens. Oh, well, actually, we need to actually call onClose now. So onClose gets passed in as a prop, and then after creation, we'll call onClose like that. So this calls the function in the parent, which then sets the entry to null, which hides it, and then gets all of the latest entries. Okay. Let's go. and we are going to go to the Grand Canyon. That's our next stop. So we'll double click here. I probably need to make this form a little bit smaller, but regardless. Title, Grand Canyon. It was so big. Let's find a nice image of the Grand Canyon. Yeah, look at that. Beautiful image. And I guess we're not actually showing the images in the pop-ups, but we could. So there's the image, and then the visit date. 03 12 2008 2007. Create entry. Can't perform a React state update on an unmounted component. This is a no-op. That's fine. It did get created. There's... Yeah, so set loading to false is why that error is popping up. We'll fix that. But oh, it's there. It's there. It showed up. But let's fix that warning. So I'll tell you why that warning is happening. So right here, right here we're setting loading to false, but on close actually closes the pop-up, which gets rid of the form, and then this tries to update state. So we really only ever need to set loading to false if there was an error, because if there was an error, we're not actually closing the modal. Okay, so that should fix it. Let's try again. Where else do we want to go? Let's go to Disney World, Orlando. Where is Disney World, Orlando? Here? Here. There's the airport. Universal's Epic Universe. That's fine. We're gonna go here. Oh, and show the pic. Okay, I'll show the picture too, but I just want to show that this warning shouldn't happen anymore. Well, let me just refresh the page. Make sure it's the latest code. Each child in a list should have a unique key prop. What? Oh, I think I need to add the key on the fragment. Let me fix that too. This, I believe, goes on the fragment. And then down here, it's a React fragment. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. No errors. All right. And now. Oh, India. Yeah, let's go to India. I've never visited India, though. But let's pretend that I did. Where's a good spot? Mumbai. We're going to Mumbai. Tom is asking, why do we wrap things with empty tags? So this is really just a React thing, mainly because, log entries is an array of entries. We're mapping over that and creating a marker for each one. But we're not only creating a marker, we're also creating potentially a pop-up for that given item. So right now, the way we have it is on any given marker, we can click it, and it shows a pop-up. So that pop-up is conditionally there. But because both of these are at the top level, you can't have a child with no parent. So the empty tag is known as a fragment that allows you to have basically multiple items with no parent. So yeah. But yeah, let's say that we went to Mumbai. And let me find a picture. Look at that. The city of Mumbai is the biggest city in India. That's cool. Nice. Ballard Estate. Is there like a market around here or something? Old Navy? I'm just going to add that right there. Yeah, I need to make this modal smaller. It's mainly there because I'm showing the dev tools too, but it was great. Biggest city in the world. We're going to use that image. Let's say we went there on May 19th, 2000. Create entry. Cool. So it got created. The thing is, we had scrolled up, but you'll notice we don't have to refresh the page, and we can see it. And if we click on it, we can see all the details about it. So that's great. That's awesome. I think we have a pretty decently working app. Last thing is we'll just show the image on each of the overlays, and get rid of that log. So when we're mapping over the entries, the pop-up should show the images as, oh yeah, we're not even showing the rating, are we? I don't know, I gotta go. I'll leave it as an exercise for the viewer. I mean, you can see where this is going, right? Basically, we would just have another entry in the form. Over here, if we want to actually show the rating, we would add another element. Let's add the image. And really, we only want to show this if the image exists. And I saw a comment out of the corner of my eye earlier. Somebody mentioned using the double ampersands. Yeah, so Sean, and hello Sean, is mentioned you can do double ampersand to short circuit. I'm always cautious of doing that because sometimes, maybe it's a different scenario, but there's another scenario where it would actually render both things. But regardless, so we'll say if entry.image is a thing, then we're gonna load the image. You need to stop streaming so I can go to bed. Me too. And then the alt text is just gonna be the title. Cool. So we'll show that, and then let's just say that any image inside of the pop-up has a width of 100%. Cool. So now if we click it, we can see the image. Let's refresh this. Like this. Oh, interesting. The map markers are showing up. That's a really big image. Chat is saying, do I have to worry about XSS here since you're using the URL directly on the image tag? I don't believe so. We can test it really quick, but React, I believe, handles that. So the cross-site scripting would happen if this thing tried to like close the double quotes and then add an extra attribute like on error or something like that. But I'm pretty sure that React sanitizes that. But we're showing images now, so that's cool. Look at that. The images are too big. We need to limit the height on these images. Let me just do that really quick. There we go. Nice little image. Display block. There we go. Nice little image. Click on that. Nice little image. Nice little image. See you later, Sean. Sorry if I kept you up so late, but this was for the avocados. I'll push all this code up, and we can work on this in the future as well. We could even talk about like how we would deploy something like this, but this was really fun to do. I'm actually curious. Let's try to cross-site script this thing. So let's say we went to Oklahoma City, and we're gonna set our image to be closing quote on error equals alert pwned. Yeah, so this double quote here would potentially close the double quote that it was attached to. And then we could do something like alt equals like that. I don't think this will work just because of how React renders things, but we can try it. Title, okay city. It was okay. Yeah. And if we inspect it, yeah, you can see that React basically set this entire thing as the source. So if we were just doing like regular DOM manipulation, and we were setting the inner HTML, this would have actually closed off the source, and these would have been extra attributes. But yeah. There are multiple locations on the map. They're all here. The way we have it set up, though, is if you click on one, it closes the others. And that's just because we set the React state to do that. It's interesting that these are appearing above the pop-up. We could probably fix that later. Could I load JS in the URL param? Most likely not. I mean, we could try it again, too. I mean... I'm done. I need to stop coding. But this definitely wouldn't work. If I tried to add like a script tag, well, we're not even using the description. We are using the comments. But React handles all of this by default. Because it's not going to create a separate script element. It's just going to set the text content. Alert. Home. Hello world. Yeah, so React has the dangerously set inner HTML. That's pretty much the only time you're opening yourself up to cross-site scripting. But okay, this was super fun. We built the back end, we built the front end, we used Mapbox, we got the things showing up, we got little pop-ups, we can add new things. It's a good time. Thanks everyone for hanging out with me. Let's see if there's anyone that we can raid right now. If you're watching on YouTube, head over to Twitch, twitch.tv/codinggarden. Let's make sure this is wedding. Yeah, bedtime. And we're going to find a channel to raid. Let's see who's live. Have a good night, Majestic Eye. Thanks for finding that image for me. Oh, thank you, Chad. Thank you very much. Night, Pranjal. Random workday chat. Raspberry Pi. Global Game Jam. Yiffy. Web torrents. React. That actually sounds cool. Let's see if there's anyone on the live coders team. Who streams this late on a Friday night? No, Twitch. Good night, Shashika. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for tuning in. Here. Tim's playing a game. They're playing a game. Graham Weldon is playing a game. This is not live. There are no live coding coders on the live coders team live right now. Let's see recommended channels. Bob Ross. It's funny. Viewers high to low. Who should we rate? Does anyone have any suggestions? The meaning of yeet. Teaching Unity Minesweeper? Python TwitchBot. Learn Django and Web. That seems interesting. Ruxio? Need for Eat says Ruxio. Let's do it. So like I mentioned, if you're watching on YouTube, head over to twitch.tv/codinggarden. Got to go here first so we can raid together. And then let's get that raid message ready. We're going to do one of those, and one of those. So copy and paste this message when we get over there to share the Coding Garden love. Actual raid message? Thanks. And thanks again for everyone hanging out with us and asking questions and answering questions and just being good people, because you all are great. I appreciate you. Yeah, so wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until next time, here's this.